Hi, Rhonda. Good morning. This is Meri at the Meri Atelier, and today is Thursday, May the 18th. Welcome to my desk. Welcome to my desk. I have a small thrift haul. I had to go to the dentist yesterday, and I take the pain of going to the dentist away by doing a little thrifting. Let me get out here to my YouTube channel so that I can welcome folks who come in. And I want to tell you that the last few mornings that I streamed, I've had connection issues. I don't know, the internet has been rather interesting lately. So if I buffer and can't reconnect, I will stop the stream and restart it. So please feel free to come back in if that happens. Hi, Arlene. Good morning. Hi, Mina. Good morning. Good morning, early birds. Good morning. Good morning. Well, yes, had to go get my teeth cleaned yesterday. It wasn't too bad of an experience. I didn't get any shopping done. I want to get some envelopes so I can send off my cards that I made. I've got 2 cards that I want to send off here. Boy, these turned out nice. I haven't seen them for a few days. So, but I will be going today. So shall I do my haul early? Let me straighten out my camera. I can see it's a little crooked. A little bit crooked. A little bit crooked. How's that better? Good morning to folks up in the balcony. Let me refresh chat here. Good morning, good morning, good morning. And I see I have folks up in the balcony. Well, I'm going to start with my haul. I went to the Goodwill, and oh my goodness, Goodwill is just really raising their prices. This is not from Goodwill. I've made this for a while. But I must not have been in the mood to shop, because everything I looked at, the prices, I didn't see any price under $5.99. That's too much for donated goods, even in our economy, our inflationary economy. That's just too much. And so, but I did buy a few things, and I splurged a little because, well, I wanted what I got. And but I'm very disappointed in the prices, and I understand that they have to make money to stay alive. You know, they've got bills to pay and people to pay and all that, but their goods are donated goods. And when you have to pay almost as much money to get something that you have to pay retail, I mean, a used good, everything at Goodwill are used, the donated items. I might just stop going to Goodwill. I understand, but then again, I don't understand. I think sometimes they jump on because everybody jumps on. And I don't know. It's just kind of they aren't going to listen to my talk here anyway, but the only way we have to stop this is to say, no, we're not going to do this. So I still have a couple other places that I go to that haven't, that are more reasonable. So, but I will show you what I got. I like what I got. Let's start with this book. I paid $2 for this book, hardcover book. It's called The Weekend Book, and it's actually published in England. And it's got, I think, a 1954 copyright date, but the poetry and things like that it's a compilation. So the poems themselves are you know, older. And it's got, well, like here, that's got a chapter on birds, and then it describes the birds. Bird song at morning. And it's got poetry, and this is a chapter on fields and the fields and the beasts thereof. So kind of on outdoor nature, the fields, the birds. This is, I think, the sky. Several maps of the sky. Stars shine at night. And then it's got some music. It's just a nice little book in poetry. Here's one. I'm going to read the first verse. It says, "The lawns of the blind unrest. The laws of the blind unrest, not art, have built this room in time and space. The furniture of human sense that bounds my sorrow, curbs delight." Kind of interesting poetry. The time upon my wrist. The return. And I like I tell you, I like the cover. I like the cover of the book. So I got that. I'm kind of zoomed way in. I'll have to zoom out to show you the rest. But one more thing I can show you here. So I'll be using that book in my art. I got in my big sack here. Huge big sack. And there's one item in it. That's the receipt. I got some beads. Now I paid $8 for this little sack of beads. I think that's too much. I think a more reasonable price would have been about $4.99 instead of $7.99. I would have not complained at $4.99 for a sack of beads. $8 for this is way too much. But I paid it. And what I'm going to do with this is make a hanger for this. This is a sampler that I had that I made into an ornament. And I want to make it to hang. So let's just get these out and look at them. Let me put a paper down here. Grab a paper. So that you can see them better. And I'll have to open them up. And so I've got enough around here. I really don't need to. I got gunk on my, I used these scissors to cut double-sided tape, and that's what happens. I've got enough stuff around here. Like I say, shop the box. You don't have to pay these exorbitant prices. And I think that the only way we're going to stop this economy is say, we can't do this anymore. We can't do it. Lower your prices. We're walking. This is an interesting necklace. And I see it ties up here. Looks like, no, it's just, it's not even a necklace. It looks like it's trim. But I'm going to take this whole thing apart and use the beads. So there's that. So what did I get here for $8? I got 2 beaded bracelets, this necklace, and this trim for $8. You know, I like everything. I like it, but that's really just too much goodwill. They've they've got to lower their prices or people just can't afford it anymore. So not in a good mood in that sense, but I will take all of these apart and use them, and I'm going to beat them up. And this one would look nice with this, and so would this. And the only reason, and this was the best of what they had, I thought. All right, stop complaining, Meri. We know. Get over it. Yeah, get over it. Guess I'll put them back in here. I guess I'll go to the bins. I don't know if they're going to change their policy at the bins or not, but that's too much money for 4 pieces at Goodwill. I would have gladly have paid $4. $4.99 would have been a more reasonable price, even in an inflationary economy. $8 for this little bag, too much. The only way we're going to stop it is say no. Just say no, Meri. Just say no. All right. I'm going to zoom out because I'm going to show you the other things I got, which I really paid a little too much for too, but I do like them. So let me zoom out. Ooh, you're going to see what I have on this morning. Well, hold the phone because I got my shirt on, my plaid shirt on this morning. Let me put my scissors back in the... All right. I'll show you this piece first. It's really big. It's huge. I paid, well, this one isn't too bad of a price, but it's still $8. I paid $8 for this, and it's huge. I paid $8 for this. And this is what it is. And there's 2 of them. And they're matted nice. So that's $4 a piece. That I can live with. Because these are matted up real nice. These are mats. And of course I'm going to take them apart. And I'm going to make art journal. But I don't want a huge big art journal like this. I think I'm going to cut it right here where this flower is. Or, you know, and make it more like that. And I've got 2 of them, so, but I'll have to take that apart. So I don't know which was worse, the pain of going to Goodwill or the pain of going to the dentist. Which was the worst pain? I don't know. And then I've got a couple pieces that I do really like. I paid $10 for this piece, and this is a needlework piece. This was probably worth it because it's all hand done, and if it were a picture rather than actual needlework, it's actually done. And I am going to do to this what I did to this. So I'm going to disassemble this piece because I don't have room to hang it here in the house. And I'll enjoy this more in a piece like this. And I think that, you know, do what you enjoy. When you pay these prices for stuff, do what you enjoy with it. And I really do like this. It's very well done. And I'm sure it's all hand stitched. I do not see a maker sign on it. Usually needlework artists who really care will at least put their initials and the date. Now this has 1986 on it, so it's not like it's an antique. But it it is worth $10 to me. But that's what I paid for that. So I'm going to keep this out because I am going to disassemble it this morning. Now I got one more piece here, and I might just keep this the way it is because, well, I like it. This one I also paid $10 for, and this was hanging way up, and I had to go get it's a sampler. Whoops, I bumped my camera. It's a sampler, and it's oh, come let us adore him. So it's a Christmas sampler. For there is born to you this day in the city of David a Savior, who is Christ the Lord. Luke 2:11. Whoops, I'm bumping my camera with it. And I might leave this one framed because I do like it a lot. I got it with the intention of making another ornament out of it, but I don't know. I like it. I like it just like this. So I don't have a lot of room to hang stuff, but I might find a space to hang this up in here in my room someplace. So that's my thrift haul for this morning. Let me look at chat. Let me put this in a safe spot. I've been spending, we've had a very busy week here. Monday, I forget what I did on Monday. I don't know since I did anything on Monday. Tuesday we had a doctor appointment. Or was that, yeah, Tuesday we had a doctor appointment. Yesterday was Wednesday, and I had a dentist appointment. Today, I'm going to be gone, and tomorrow my brother has another doctor appointment. So we've been having, and then, Tuesday night, my grandniece was promoted from 6th grade. That was really kind of a nice thing to do for those 6th graders. You know, I'm sure I had to laugh though, because all the 6th grade girls were dressed up real nice in their, you know, their fancy dresses and their shoes, and you know, they took, and the young men just wore school clothes. And my grandniece is growing up, being a pretty young lady. Let me get a sip of tea. So we went there on Tuesday night. I mowed the lawn on Tuesday afternoon. I was still mowing the lawn, and I had to stop and help my brother with some internet things. And boy, I'll tell you, I just got my shower taken and cleaned up just in time for us to go to the 6th grade promotion graduation. And then yesterday was my dentist appointment. I had that to deal with, and we got stuff going on today and tomorrow. There's Becky. Hi, Becky. Becky, what's going on? It's just a routine cleaning. Becky. Becky says, good morning. And I don't see I see where Becky says good morning. Rhonda says, right, Arlene, we all deserve to be paid, but when you find it new for just about the same price, I only buy it if it's unique, and which is barely never. Garage sales now are your best bet. I think I agree. And I go to that Catholic thrift store. I haven't been there for a few days, and I don't think they've raised their prices exorbitantly like that. I think they're a little bit more fair. I haven't been to the Salvation Army to see what they are, but I think Rhonda's right. Garage sales, and look at your bargains on the Facebook Marketplace, especially if it's local, where you can just run and pick it up. Or you know, but to tell you the truth, I have plenty. Shop the box. Shop the box. I think Ruth Lamb said that. Shop the box. I missed what Becky said. Let me go up to the top. This is where, let me welcome folks in. I think I'm missing some chat here. Rhonda and Mina and Arlene. Nashua. Good morning, Nashua. Hi, Barbie Barnum. Good morning to you, sweet Barbie Barnum. Yes, she allowed me to get those watercolors, those Semele watercolors, and I sure do appreciate that. Goodwill by me, Rhonda says it's too expensive. That's true. I think, and you know what? They in quotes got rid of their junk, and I was on the lookout for yarn because when I go to the dentist, this Goodwill by them usually has yarn. There was not a skein of yarn to be found. I think somebody in this area is desperate for yarn too. So, because I'm not seeing much yarn around here or fabrics or anything like that. Now I am going today. I'm going to stop at the Catholic thrift store and see what they have. Sometimes I find some nice yarns there. But you know, the thing of it is, you get what there, you know? And if you find something and if you enjoy it, if it's not too bad, you know, like, well, I do think that jewelry was for $8. I think I kind of, they needed more in that bag for $8. But I do like it. I'm going to use it. So, and the pictures, you know, they are hand stitched, and the work that goes into those. But then again, I go back to, these are donated items. They didn't, I know they have overhead to deal with. I understand that a lot. They have wages to pay and you know, electricity and rent and all of the overhead, all the upkeep, all of that. I understand that. But I just don't think that it's fair for used goods to raise those prices so high. And the only way that we're going to stop that is say no. Just say no. I mean, I've got a room full. So let's see. Barbie. Yep, just stop buying it. Arlene says, Goodwill agitates me. Most of their employees are doing community service. So nominal or no pay. I didn't know that. No benefits. The store is reduced rent because of charity status. Yeah, and that's probably that way for all of them. And then they raise those prices so high. And they do it under the auspices of inflationary economy. So, you know, I don't know. We, the consumer, have a say in what we buy. And we even have a say in what we support and vocalize what we support. And if I say I'm not going to shop Goodwill anymore because their prices are too high for used goods, I have a right to say that. So, now this particular store, the prices, now there are the other Goodwill stores, I don't think, I'll have to check. Maybe I'll check today. And see what this Goodwill store I only go to when I go to the dentist. It's a little bit further away from where I live, so I don't go there on a regular basis. Now the other Goodwills, they've risen their prices, but I haven't been there for a month or two, but their prices are more like $4.99 up around in there for most of their goods. Now, that was the last time I went to them. And then there's the bins. I think the last time that I went to Goodwill that's closer to me, I went to the bins. And that was a whole other shopping experience. Let's see. Arlene says she's homebound, so she only buys from other crafters. Yeah. Garage sales are the way to go, Barbie says. Yeah. And good morning, Barbie. Thanks for stopping in. I'm looking for Aunt Beck here. I missed her. Here she says good morning. Barbie says the jeans are like $8 there, and you catch them on clearance at Old Navy for that. Yeah, new. You're paying new retail prices for used goods, and they just haven't. I don't know. You know, and in my mind, I say I can take that $8 and buy something nice retail with it. Something and save it up and buy something nice retail with it at Amazon. But I did like the samplers that I got, and I like that peacock picture, but I do think the beads could have had more in there for that price. Okay. Arlene says, so mostly unpaid employees throw donating items into the bins, no stocking shelves, and people dig through and buy stuff. Yeah, that's at the bins. Oh, there's Becky. She says, I go to the dentist at 10 o'clock this morning. Oh, what fun, Becky. Yeah, we've been visiting the doctor this week. My shoulder is getting better, though. I still have but it's much better. I can do range of motion exercises in it, and I still feel a little pain in there when I move it, but it isn't sharp pain. It's pain that and I don't have to take painkillers or anything. I just pulled that muscle really bad. And speaking of retail prices, we were at Walmart the other day. I had to take my brother to the doctor's office. I don't want to talk about his health issues. It's not serious, but it's still something that I don't really feel free to share. But he had a doctor appointment, and what was I going to say? Completely forgot. I don't know. I forgot where my mind was going to. They're saying good morning to Aunt Becky. Rhonda says, Arlene, if I remember, I think it's all stuff that doesn't sell at the stores. They go to the bins. Yes. Becky goes to the bins in her area. And she's gotten some nice stuff at the bins, but I went once just a few weeks ago because I wanted to see I wanted the experience of going there. And I don't know, I just don't like the push and shove of it. Even when I shop at a thrift store, if somebody comes up and wants my space, I'll most likely, well, depending on what it is. Sometimes if I really want to see what I'm looking at, I'll stand my ground, but most of the time I'll move away and let them have their day. You know, it's just used stuff, and if it means so much to them, if they want to push somebody else out of the way. But that bins, it's almost expected that people are going to push and shove to get, it kind of reminds me of when people shop like that. Maybe not at the bins so much because it's expected for that to happen. But, if you're at a store and somebody comes in and pushes you out of the way, that's rudeness. That's just plain old rudeness. That, I usually, it doesn't happen a whole lot, but it does happen. And I'll usually, if I'm not really, really wanting where I'm looking, I'll usually move away, but I grumble a little. I think I let them know that they were rude. That's just rude. Oh. So, I still have a Crayspire video to do. I'm not going to get it done this week, but I'll get it done next week. I will say, there are places online. I like Crayspire a lot. If you do these wax seals, I like them a lot. And they have, I don't know how long it's going to be out there, but they do have a 99-cent sale area. And you can get some nice stuff on there. They have stamps, and of course they have wax. They have other things, stationery and scrapbooking and papercraft items out there. Other than just they took their wax beads. I like Crayspire because I like their wax beads. Now I've used about half of this, but this usually comes pretty well packed full. And of all the things that I've experimented with different things to make stamps out of, I like these. I like Crayspires. I have to talk them up. I just hope that they put them back on the market. I like their waxed beads. So there are places online, eBay and Facebook Marketplace. Sometimes I find some good things on Facebook Marketplace. So I'm not saying I'm going to quit thrifting, because I don't think I probably will. I haven't been to a garage sale this year, though. All right. So Becky's going to the dentist at 10 this morning, or she has an appointment at 10. Arlene says, the state of shopping these days make me see an advantage to being homebound. Yeah, that's true. And I'm not homebound, but I am in a small town where there's there's no thrift stores around here. Every now and then you have an occasional garage sale. So if I go, I have to make an effort to go. It isn't like it's across town or anything. So I think there is an advantage to staying away, especially if you got enough. All right, I'm reading back through chat. Becky said it's a routine cleaning. That's what mine was yesterday. My dentist and I, although I will say he was really kind to me yesterday. My first experience with him was, you're not going to pull my teeth. I'm keeping them, you know. And yesterday, I don't know, he was just a lot nicer to me yesterday. And I think I can get along with him. But the hygienist was nice. She cleaned my teeth. And they keep telling me, I don't have pain in my teeth, at least yet. I think my nerves up there are dead. And I'm almost afraid even to get a cleaning, because once they go poking around with their tools there, I'm going, it hurts. It doesn't hurt. I don't have pain, but they're poking around. I just have to quit going poking around there. But it was an okay experience yesterday. I made it through. Oh, there's Kelly. Hi, Kelly. Good morning, Kelly. Hi, Chaz. Good morning, Chaz. I'm much better this morning. I'm making it. I'm having a event about Goodwill prices. I'm going to stop into the Goodwill today, where the town where we do all of our shopping. I have to go to the bank today and pay some bills and my regular monthly stuff, you know, and I have to get out there in my yard this morning and water my flowers before I go. And I just got stuff that's got to be done today. And tomorrow's my brother's day. So I'm doing good. Let's see. Barney says, have you tried out the watercolors? Yes, I have. I have, Barbie, and I do like them. I'm not planning on doing watercoloring today, but I will have to do a watercolor session, and I'll use those. they're around here somewhere. I don't want to go digging for them or I'll have a crafty lunch. But yes, Barbie, what we're talking about with these watercolors were Keisha does what she calls these speed rounds, and she pulled out a set of watercolor. And in the speed round, and usually a speed round, if you say, I want that, or me, before anybody else, you usually get it. And I did. I said, watercolor me. And of course, you know, she wasn't really watching the chat. She was thinking about a code word. And she gave a code word, but I do believe that that code word came after my, I want that. And there was a little bit of a issue about whether I deserved that or not. And I'm going to stand my ground on that one. But Barbie Barnum, sweet Barbie Barnum, was the next person, and she said the code word. And I'm going, well, the code word was color, and I'm going, well, watercolor has the word color in it, you know, and I did say it, and I'm going to stand my ground on that one. But the point I'm trying to make is Barbie said, oh, just go ahead and let her have them. And I really wanted them because they're Senolet. They're a set of Senolet watercolors, and I don't have those. They're Senolet are usually a little bit more expensive than what I can pay for them. And I so appreciated that, Barbie, that you gifted those to me, you know, because I will do that. You know, if I'm at a sale, and I think even at Keisha's, that same auction, well, I can remember what it was. It was a dragon. I don't know if it was that same auction, but Debbie Farrell was selling laser woodcuts that she and her husband have been playing with a laser cutter. And there was a dragon. And I won it. It was just a round dragon. It was a woodcut burned with a laser on a round wooden piece. And I really wanted it, and I won it, but I won it out of place. Somebody else really deserved that. And, you know, I said, did I get that wrong? I mean, did I wrongfully get it? And it was decided, you know, and I gave it up. So I really think that it's, you know, it's fair if you treat people nice. And I don't know, sometimes these auctions, a lot of places will cut down on things. Like, I like to gift a lot, and there is some rules under which you can gift on, and I don't know what it is now because I haven't been to Keisha's for several weeks, but because I have enough. I really do have enough. And but it used to be like, I'd buy something and then I say, could I gift this to so-and-so? And it would, you know, oh, sure, I can send it to her. Well, they cut down on that. And I like the more free form, but you know, you gotta hand it to the host. They're dealing with a lot. They, you know, they have to keep track of what goes where, and they have to, although if you gift, you pay for it. So the only way that you don't pay for it when you gift is if you say, would you pass that to somebody? Now, the watercolor, well, yeah, I think I paid for the watercolor. It was a speed round. And I paid $10, I think, for those watercolors. But, you know, I'm going to stand my ground on that, because I really think that when you're doing a speed round, and if you're going to have a code word, when you get out the piece, you should say, there's a code word right off the bat. Right off the bat, you should say there's a code word even before you show it. Because in a speed round, if I was going to sell this, if I just hold it out there and, you know, show everybody, and somebody says, me, I want it, you know, and then say, oh, there's a code word. Well, the person who said, me, I want it, should have got it because the code word came after the, so I'm going to stand my ground on my thoughts. It doesn't matter. Keisha's going to do what she's going to do. But, I'm the consumer. I did pay $10 for those, but Barbie was very nice in letting me have those. And I so appreciate that. I appreciate people like Barbie. And there are a lot of you out there. I don't know. Meri's in a don't cross this line mood this morning. I will say at online auctions, though, and it's not just Keisha's. I've been to several different online auctions, and, there's not one of them that doesn't have something to deal with. When you go to it's almost like going to the bins in a way. There's lag time to deal with. There's just issues like this watercolor thing that we just described. There's just other things, and you kind of have to either take it or leave it. And lately I've been leaving it because I have enough, really. And like I was saying, these prices at $8 for a little bag of beads. I should have just said no. But I like the beads. Becky said, I may swing by Goodwill after my dentist appointment. I'd like to see what you get. Becky gets a lot of yarn and fabrics in her area. What kind of yarn do I want? Oh, I don't have any specific kind, Barbie, and I don't want you to send me any. I've got enough, really. I will say that, bless her heart, Cheryl, little sister Cheryl, sent me a PayPal for $10. Thank you, Cheryl, for that, if you're out there. She usually sleeps in the morning. She usually comes in later in the morning. But I took that $10 and I bought me a skein of yarn, so I got plenty. I want to, and I'm gonna make her some butterflies out of it. It's sport weight yarn. So don't send me any because I'll feel bad. But I want to play with that. I want to test out sport weight. I usually don't buy. I've been watching Crystal at Bago Day, and she doesn't do a lot with. She just had a really nice giveaway. Crystal did. Now, I will say, I've got a couple of gift certificates that I earned online that I want to buy a yarn winder for myself. And I can apply those gift certificates to it, but I've been waiting until I absolutely have all my doctor bills paid. So I'm going to get one of those yarn winders that wind it into cakes. So I've been saving up for it. I'll apply one of those gift certificates online. Okay. Oh, did Kimberly drop in? Good morning, Kimberly. Kimberly's another early bird. All you early birds, I've been kind of in a venting mood this morning. I have been venting about Goodwill. I don't think, I have to check the prices at our more local Goodwill, the one we usually go to. I haven't seen the prices go that high there yet. This other store is in a larger area where my dentist is, and I don't go there often just because it's a little bit further away. Let's see, they're saying good morning to Chaz. Barbie says, I should go to the bins for fun, and they've raised the prices 2 times this year at the bins. You shop the bins for fun. Barbie says, I shopped the bins for fun and they've raised the prices 2 times. Wow. The bins started charging more by the piece instead of by the weight, Becky says. See, I think Goodwill is, I don't know who's running the show at the top. I think it's coming top down. And I think those people at the top need to reevaluate their policy a little bit more, because Goodwill is really for people who, well, you gotta take their side a little bit too, because you do have the resellers who will go to Goodwill, buy things at bargain prices, and then turn around and resell it in their own shops at twice the price. So I don't like people I'm not a reseller. I'm more of, if I get something at Goodwill and turn it over to somebody else, I usually gift it, if I even do that. So I can understand, and I understand their overhead issues. I understand that. But, a lot of people shop Goodwill just because they need to shop Goodwill. This economy is crazy. I don't want to vent too much more on it. I understand halfway. But then on the, I'm kind of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. But I do think the only way that we're going to stop this constant uphill battle with the inflation is just the consumer has to say, I've had enough. I won't do this anymore. No more. I'm not going to pay $8 for a little bag of beads. And that's what I have to say. No more. Because I can take that $8 and spend it in Amazon and get a skein of yarn that I really want, Yeah. They need to, Goodwill, I think, needs to reevaluate. But, all right. Meri's jumping off the soapbox. Rhonda says she's going to be in and out this morning. Barbie says, I'm usually not on this early, Beck. Y'all early birds are a little nutty for getting up before dawn. Yeah, it is a little nutty. I appreciate you early birds so much. I go online for 2 reasons early. One is I don't have the competition with somebody else. I let everybody else have the prime time hours, except for on Friday and Sunday nights. I do come on in the evening. I've gone on Friday nights ever since I started streaming in 2016. So that's kind of my night, and I'm not giving it up. Sunday nights, I kind of jumped onto that Sunday night when it was open. Not as many people were streaming that time. I don't have the competition with somebody else that I really like. I just let other people have the daytime hours. But the other reason that I like the early morning hours are I like to I like to talk to the international folks when they come on. Now, 4:30 here would be probably late morning, 6 hours. So 4:30 would probably be about 10:30 or 11 o'clock over in Europe. 6 hours, they're 6 hours ahead of my local time. So, I like the opportunity to talk to people internationally. And the other thing is, if I can get my bod awake that early in the morning and get in here, I do like to art early in the morning when my mind is fresh. And I'm not tired and I don't have the weight of the day, the weight of everything that I went through during the day bearing down on me. My art is, I think my art's, because it's the first thing I do in the morning and it's just a nice way to start off your day. So it's goofy early morning hours, but it's kind of like the early bird gets the worm. Chaz says, Jinx, I've had a good day, however. How about you? Oh, let's see. Rhonda says, Chaz, happy you had a good day. Mine is getting started. Chaz must be. Chaz, where are you from? Where are you from, Chaz? Are you overseas? Yes, you are just started and I got to bed. Get my feet up. You must be international. I didn't realize that. Well, welcome, Chaz. Yeah, Arlene says, Chaz, rest well. Arlene says, if you have the discipline, the watching the sales can be inspiring for creating new things. Yes. Arlene hit the keyword, discipline. You have to have the discipline, and sometimes I don't have that. I see it and I go, ooh, look at that. Let's see. Kimberly says, talking price of things. Yesterday I went to a nursery and the hanging baskets were $21 for $21.99, which is about $22 for annuals. They were just regular size and not huge. I just couldn't do it. I agree, Kimberly. Gardening is the same way. You go to the nurseries themselves, like Earl May, the people that are and they're, boy, they take care of their plants. I mean, we like Earl May just because we get good stuff, but their prices have gone up. And Kimberly makes a point. They're annuals. These aren't beautiful plants that are unique. These are petunias and impatiens and marigolds and stuff like that. And there's another shop in town that's a nursery run by a private family, and their prices are high. But I still like Menards, their nursery. Their prices have gone up, but they're not exorbitant. So I get all my plants at Menards. But I haven't bought as many this year as I usually buy because I still have other bills that need to be paid. But I have bought, and I want today when we go, I want to get marigold plants, specifically marigold plants to put out in the garden, and I got seed that Laura has given me, and I talked to my brother. He's not planting as much garden this year. He has back issues. He dug the trenches for the sweet corn, and he has back issues with constant. He can stoop over, but it's the constant stooping over to and sowing that seed. And so he digs the furrow for me, and I plant the corn. Our onions are coming up. We got our tomatoes planted. He did plant cucumber and zucchini, but there's a whole area in here in the garden. And I think I'm going to take that flower seed that I asked him about it. He said he wants some more rows for sweet corn, but I can have a whole zinnia plot out here and see what grows. I'm just going to sow it out there. I haven't had the time to get out there. So we'll see what happens there. But I agree with Kimberly. Walmart had hanging baskets, and they were running all the way from $25 to $35 for some of them. And I agree with Kimberly. We just have to say no. You know, we love the flowers, but that's too much. Too much. Put your foot down. Buy some seed. Even the seeds getting more expensive. And speaking of seed, my peppermint and my mint, and what is the other one? Can't remember what the other one is. Coming up that we planted in my stream. They're just teeny little plants now. When they get about maybe not a half inch, but nearing a half inch, maybe 3/8 of an inch, I'll have to start thinning them out. But I had a laugh because when I planted those little pots on my stream, I had 4 of them. Roy said, I had a friend who said you need to soak the parsley seed in hot water. And of course, I didn't have hot water there. I went ahead and planted it. But my parsley seed I haven't seen where it's coming up. And I thought, I should have put that seed in hot water. So And that's really the one I wanted was parsley. Parsley's not growing. But then again, that's old seed, but the seed is 5 years old. And all the others are starting to grow. Hi, Icy. Good morning, Icy. Yeah, the rising cost of living is affecting all of us, Barbie said, or Chaz, I guess Chaz says that. Yeah, it is. And the thing of it is, I don't know if you really don't need it. And, when I go to Goodwill, I really don't need what I buy. I didn't desperately need that jewelry. I didn't desperately need that book or those pictures. But there are people that do need things, and who can't afford to buy stuff at retail. Well, if you're going to pay retail prices at Goodwill, you know, that's the whole purpose of Goodwill. I think they need to change their company name. Icy's here. Good morning, everybody, she says. Chaz says, I saw my podiatrist today. 2 shops down is the Up shop. You must be in Europe. Got some goods, including 3M of gorgeous organza material. So Foot Day is Thrift Day shop as well. Ah, yeah. I like to go. You know, the thing of it is, and I'm sure Becky will agree, when you go thrifting, it's almost an adventure. You thrift for the thrill of it. You thrift for the fun of it. And, finding the treasures is what's exciting about it. But when they take the fun out of it, all right, Meri, you've vented enough. Move on. My grandma calls this the best part of the day. Becky's talking about early morning hours being the best part of the day. It is. If you can get yourself, I've been having trouble recently of getting up early in the morning. I've been sleeping but the last few mornings I've been able to get up. I was going to stream, and I had to laugh at this. I think I've shared this already, but I had messaged Darlene and said, I think I'm going, because I didn't stream on Sunday night. I said, I messaged Darlene and said, I think I'm going to stream on Monday morning. And Arlene says, I'll be up. And I slept through, I didn't even hear the alarm. I must have turned it off, and it went off. I know it went off, and I didn't hear it. I slept right through it. And I messaged Darlene and I said something to the effect that I slept right through your alarm. And then I had a laugh at that. No, I didn't mean your alarm. I slept through my alarm. And then I was thinking, well, if I slept through your alarm, because Arlene is Eastern time, that's an hour earlier than my time. No wonder I slept through it. But I usually do not stream early on Monday mornings, and Wednesday and Friday mornings are what I call impromptu, which means I may or may not stream on Wednesday and Friday mornings. Now, I might take, just depending on my day, I do an occasional Sunday morning, early Sunday morning, but that's very occasional. I haven't had a chance to do my podcasts. I'm trying to get myself organized enough to do a Sunday podcast, but that's a video, that's not a stream. But every time I try to stick to a schedule, it gets messed up. So, but if I do put podcasts, they'll probably be on a Sunday. Now, we're not doing Fourth Art Saturday as a video hop anymore, but I think Fourth Art Saturday is coming up. I've got to check the date. I think it's on May 20th, which is coming up this Saturday, isn't it? Because today's the 16th, 18th. Today's the 18th. So I probably will go early Saturday morning to do Fourth Art Saturday because AP Jamie is taking it over as an open collab. So, which means an open collab, if Jamie hosts it, you just let her know you're going to participate and send her a link to your video or let her know what you're going to do, and she'll send you a list of whatever her theme is. And you don't have to do, it's not a video hop where you have to put links in your description box and organize it all that way. It's just like she gives you a hashtag and suggests a theme, and then you participated in it that way. And she'll put, if you make a video, she'll put the link to your video in her description box and send you the link to her video that you put in yours. And that's all the linking you have to do. You won't have to, it's not a video hop where people go down the line. If you participate, you participate by the hashtag, like such as Fourth Art Saturday. And I think she's going to keep for the Fourth Art Saturday. Jamie has a lot of hashtags. For the Fourth Art Saturday, she's going to keep that, and I think have hashtag open collab. So I will probably participate in that this because I appreciate her doing that. So I will probably go early on Saturday mornings. Yeah. Becky said, my problem with my current slot is that there are a lot of people online at that time. Yeah, Becky, I agree. That's one reason why I just said, let other people grab. It's almost, there's so many. When I first started streaming, there were people streaming, but not as many people streaming. And now it's become so many people that we're grabbing for the same hours and for the same community. So in my head, when I started these early morning hours, not a whole lot. There's few people that have gone on early since I started, but I didn't see them when I started. And there's still people that will go early, but not as many. And there's just not that grab for the hours in the community. But then you get people who are early risers. I call them my early birds, and I really appreciate my early birds. Yeah, there's that grab for those hours during the daytime hours. And I don't know. It's almost like shopping at the bins. Chaz says, I agree, Kimberly. I'm getting better at finding goodies for mixed media. I learn a lot from you all. The Fab Fibs. Yes, the Fab Fibs, Chaz. Oh, you're in Australia? Oh, Chaz is in Australia. I didn't know that. You live in Queensland, Australia. Okay, Chaz. I'm reading back. I'm just going through the chat this morning. Arlene dropped a link to Becky's channel. Arlene says, I won't buy the plants from the big box stores because they don't take good care of them. And the plants get water. All the plants get watered at the same time, the same way. I will pay a little more for a healthy plant. Yeah, I see that point of view. Now, Walmart, I have purchased annuals from Walmart before, but I didn't this year. Last year, during COVID, they kind of went down in our area. They didn't have as much. And when I say went down, I just mean that the shopping experience wasn't there because they almost closed off their gardening area. And they're slowly getting back into it. But I don't know. I kind of agree with the last time I went to Walmart, I went back into the corner where they have their clearance plants. And there was just a big puddle of water there. You had to wade through the water. And, you know, they water those plants, but you almost have to have boots to walk in there. You know, I just have my little loafers when I go shopping. So I think they could be a little bit more, you know, I appreciate that they water their plants, but they could be careful where they put the water all over it's a flood. And I personally like Menards. Their prices haven't gotten so high, and they do take pretty good care of their plants. They, you know, they take pretty good care of them. So far I've been buying my plants at Menards, but knock on your tabletop. And they will, the latter part of June and July, they'll put those plants on sale. So, and they're still good plants, but you know, the planting season is really over with by the end of June and July, but you can still plant things like marigolds and impatiens and stuff like that. But I got enough for my hanging baskets this year. And then I went back and bought some more plants because my baskets hang up here. And when I watered, the water would just drip down on the front porch. And so I put some planters, just some impatiens and petunias in planters underneath my hanging baskets. That's about all I did on the front porch. What I want to get is a hummingbird feeder. My brother said he saw a hummingbird the other day, and I said, well, maybe I should put up a hummingbird feeder. I never see them, but my brother sees them. He says, I saw a hummingbird the other day, and we saw a bee, a bumblebee checking out. I did buy some hanging. I think I paid, I bought them at Menards, Kimberly, and I think I paid $14 for my hanging baskets, and I bought a Boston fern at the same price. And I like Menards because you get that 11%. And when I do the plantings, you know, I usually get a nice little rebate. And I'll send in my rebate forms. I bought my new leather gloves this year with rebate forms from Menards. Arlene dropped a link to the Facebook group, Fibdiggity Atelier. Arlene says, I'm up early in the morning. Stream or no stream, it's just her way. Yes. And Arlene dropped a link to Jamie's channel. I think she'll be doing Fourth Art Saturday on Saturday morning. Kimberly says, my parents came tonight to stay with us for a week. I hope we can keep up with the teenagers. I love Kimberly's parents. I just love that. I'm glad your parents are so active, Kimberly. She says, we're going to be exhausted. Yay, Kimberly. What a joy to have parents that. Now, my parents were kind of old fogies my mother, you know, I wish, you can't turn back the time. You cannot turn back the clock. But if I would have known when I was younger, what I know today about, my mother loved to go thrifting. She'd always go, when she went thrifting, she went to garage sales, and then the little town that she was in had a bargain bin, church group bargain bin, and they still have that going. I should go there someday. And she would go there every Friday, and she loved to go to garage sales. And, you know, I didn't go with her so much, as I think I picked that up from her, but I didn't, when I was younger, I didn't go with her as much. And if I knew then what I know now, you know, I had the opportunity to really be in a companion with her in her thrifting sales. But, you know, when you're younger, you're just not keyed into that stuff. And I don't know. I wish I could go back and turn back the clock. We would have some fun times. So you just enjoy your parents, Kimberly. You can rest after they go home. Kimberly's going to be worn out. Kimberly says, I'm already worn out. I cleaned the house. All that work. Becky says, if you do not use the red crap that they sell for hummingbirds, as it's horrible for them. Really? I didn't know that, Becky. A simple sugar water changed often is the safe. Oh, I didn't even know. Are you saying there's a red liquid that they sell for hummingbirds and it's not good for them? But you can get the hummingbird feeder that has a red top and that usually has a red top and a red bottom and a white tube. It's okay to buy the container that has that. You just don't buy the red liquid, just the sugar water is best and safest. Well, I think we can hang that on our front porch has these. I didn't put them in there. My brother put them in there before I got down here. Has these little, what do they call them? The little round hooks with the shank and the round part, and you hang your planner off of that. And there's one on the south side of the front porch. I think I can hang it. Experts say not to use the red stuff. Okay. All right. Well, I'll watch out for I won't buy any red stuff. I was intending to use sugar water. I thought that was all you used. So we're good. Well, I haven't done any art yet. I've sure enjoyed chatting with you guys and listening to me vent. I am going to take apart this. Do you guys watch Chazza channel? It used to be Draw with Chazza. I don't know if it's Draw with him anymore. I'm going to move this off my desk, or I will knock it off. I'll probably knock it off over here, but let's see. Let's turn you guys. And I have my little bobby pin basket. See, stuff like this, little stuff like this. Now, I think I got this at I like the Catholic thrift store. And this will hold my extra bobby pins. Little basket. And what else? I got embroidery thread that I wanted to take out in the room by my recliner. Hold the phone here. Let me put it over there. And let me grab this. This is my new whatnot box. I've been taking stuff off of my desk and putting in here. See what I got here. Another embroidery. I'm clearing off my desk or I'll knock all this stuff on the floor. I'm going to be doing another wax seal video next week. I owe Crayspire one more video in our collaboration. They've been very patient with me and I so appreciate it. And these are those shadow box pieces here that I need to stitch on them. I'm just going to put this stuff off to the side. And then I won't. And this, I made this little gal for Lori, and I need to send it to her. I haven't got Lori's package together yet. And just more shadow box and padding and scrap papers, tats, fussy cuts. I'll have to go through this some morning, and I just don't want to knock it all off on the floor. This is a whatnot box. It had my phone in it. Your replacement phone. Yeah. Let me put that over here. We are going to take this picture frame apart. I'm going to, and I got it because I don't know if you can see it, but there are stitched diagonals in here. And I'm going to have to measure this after I take it apart. It's nicely framed. I can use the frame for something else. See, I paid $10 for it. Let me move it more like this. And it's nicely framed, but I want the piece. So I'm going to leave the paper. I could probably soak the paper off, but I'm not going to deal with that. I'm just going to take this off. Somebody probably went to the expense of having this framed. But then again, I bought it at Goodwill, so, and I want to make a hanging piece out of it that I can use. And I'll enjoy it that way. And the object, when you make stuff or buy stuff like this, is to enjoy it. I don't think that I would see it as much if I hung it up on the wall, because I'd have to find a space for it. My brother has pictures that he enjoys up on the wall, and I don't want to take over the walls too. I am, after I get all the yard work done, I am going to start on the house. I have a lot of housework to do. Okay, I'm trying to save the paper here. Why, Meri, you got plenty of paper? This was probably professionally framed. When I think of the expense, or somebody who knew what they were doing framed this, because it's very well done. It isn't just slapped together like Meri would do. I can't see the lights. Let me come this way. Can't see where I'm going over here. Okay. Let's push this through. This way. There we go. So I got a piece of paper I can use. I don't know if I'm going to or not. It gets a little dusty over there. Now, I'm going to get out my pliers, maybe. Shall we use these needle-nosed ones to bend them up at least? Oh, I might have to... Boy, this is stapled in there. I might have to... my other pliers. Uh-oh, Meri didn't put them back. Where did I use them for? Oh dear. Are they here? I don't see them over here. Well, I don't know. I need a... Here they are. I don't know if I can get in there and pull those out. I don't know if my palette knife is strong enough to... Yeah, it is. Bend them up. If all else fails, get out the palette knife. I'm just going to bend them up. Ouch. Might take that one out if I can. Well, no, I think I'll leave it in there because I might want to put something else in here. Maybe some collage work or something. I don't know. I think this was professionally done. It just has that, well, if it wasn't professionally done, somebody framed it who knew what they were doing. So we're going to take these and bend them up. Now, if I had my own home, I would gladly hang this, but there's just no room. There's just no room. I could maybe hang it in the stairwell, But then I don't go up those stairs that much anymore. I go up them, but not, they're kind of hidden. Be a good spot for it, though. If we used it, we don't go upstairs very much. It's more of a storage area. It's more of an attic than... It's not air conditioned, and it gets really hot in the summer and cold in the winter. I put all my stuff up there. I'm just about done here with these. Let's see if I can get this out now. I didn't get this one. And this one's really in there. I don't know if it's going to come out. It's... Might have to tear it to get it out. I'm about ready to knock you guys off on the floor. I'm knocking everything else off on the floor. My ruler. Piece of paper. What's under here? I think this one's got to come out. Well, maybe it's up enough that I can get it out now. If I can get this side out, I can pull, I think, the other side. Some of them are stapled in, not sideways, but down. This one's stapled down. Might have to tear it. Throw that away. I don't want to step on it. And this one's stapled down. That other piece that I got, I think I'm going to leave it framed. It's framed nice too. And I'll probably hang that one. That one's a sampler. It's got a nice verse on it that I like. It's a Christmas theme. These are stapled. No, that one's... Where's my... If I can get this out. If you can get this back piece out, then you're on your way. There we go. Let's hold on to it here. There. Now, let's take the... But they did use masking tape. And I would not have used masking tape on... a professional probably would not have used masking tape. I hope they wouldn't. I know my needlework friends would have cringed at using masking tape even on the back. I think they would have. Because of the acid. I might have to pull this one out. Here's the... There's no glass on it, so I'm not worried about breaking any glass. Yeah, I have to bend those things over quite a bit. Oops. I don't want to knock you guys off on the floor. This one here. I think it's holding on to it. There we go. I won't be putting this back in. Now, I watch a lot of DIYs. Kind of split the... No, that's just paper. I just put paper. And what a DIYer would do would be, they would probably maybe sand this a little and paint it. And then they would put a sign in there. I could see a nice sign hanging. I could see a welcome sign here. And instead of hanging a wreath at our front door, hanging this that says welcome. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. It's not going to be done right away for a good time. Okay, so we have this. And I'm not going to worry about cleaning it or anything because it's going to hang anyway. Let me get this frame out of the way. Where am I going to put all this stuff? My nephew's wife would walk in here and evict me. All right, we're going to see if we can't just take this off. So this is just masking tape. And see, masking tape gets old and dry. And it can eat into your fabric. You can see there's a mark there. I don't like using masking tape, even in my art journals. And this has a date. The sampler had does this have a date on it? That other one had a date on it. Does this have a date? Yeah, 1986. So 86, 2006, 2016, 20, 30 some years old if it was framed the same year that it was stitched. And that you can see what the tape does. And it's dry. It's still sticking though on this. I don't know if I would want to put masking tape in my journal, so. And I usually glue down my washi tape. But who knows what some of that double-sided tape that we use, what it's going to be like in 20, 30 years. I probably won't be, well, I might be around in 30 years. I'll be an old lady. I'm already an old lady. No, well, if I'm around in 30 years from now, I'll be really old. Oh. Okay, so let's see. Oh, look, it's got pins. They pinned it into the foam board. I don't know if I even want to keep those. They're not bad, though. Let's put them in this little bucket. I'll probably spill the bucket at some time. They're pretty easy to get out, but boy, they're really done nice. About every ½ inch is a pin, which makes me think that this was professionally framed, except for the masking tape. I wouldn't think that a professional framer would use masking tape. I think I'm going to put this on the other side here. So bear with me while we take out all the pins. It's going to be a chatty morning. What's going on in chat? Let me refresh my chat. Thank you all for coming in. Is Becky doing the math already? Okay. Well, what I'm thinking, Becky, I need a top and a bottom to it. Let me give you the dimensions, if you're still out there. From the end to end, from this end to this end, is, well, that's 15 inches, almost to this mark, 15 inches to there, and another 13.5. So 15 and 13 is 25, 20, about 28 inches approximately from end to end. Maybe not quite. Yeah, 15 to there. $13.5. So that would be 28.5. And but the design itself is from there to here is 15 to there to here is about, well, not 11.5. Let's see, 15 and probably about 11.25. So that would be 20, 25, 26. Yeah, that would make sense because there's about an inch on each side, 27, 28. So about 26 inches from here to here, approximate. The width of the piece is 7, and the design is 5. And there's probably an inch border. But I was thinking, what did I say? That was about 26, almost 26. So I need a top and a bottom. So that would take 2 pieces. So to make it square, this is 5, this is 26. So we have to figure out some math. I might have to, I can't just roll it. I could roll it and still have a top and a bottom instead of a square. I was thinking about making a cube. But see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. Approximately 4 to here. If I made it this size. Starting at the end over here. 1, and I'm doing approximate. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'd certainly have enough for a top and a bottom here. 1, 2, and there's enough on each side. So this is, and you have to allow for seam, a ½ inch seam. So I think I made these 3 inches. will allow 3 inches. So 3 times 4, well, we don't want 3, we want 4. 4 times 4 is 16. I'm allowing a 1/2 inch on each side. So that would make it 4 inches. This is a little bit, because I just made this by eyeball size here. It bulges out a little. But if I make this one 4 inches, that would give me a 1/2 inch on each side and a 3 inch square. So 4 by 4 is 16. So this is 15. Allow another inch right to there. We'll say coming to this point here. And then I'll have 10 inches left, which would be 4 by 4 is 8. So I would have 2 inches. Hopefully 2 inches would be this, and I could use this for the top. 1, 2. Yeah, I should have, let's count a 1/2 inch there and a 1/2 inch. Just barely. I might have to make a 1/4 inch on these. Still would get them in there. And then I could have this area here. So I think I can get everything out of this space in here. I'm not worried about the sizing on the sides, because that's more than a 1/2 inch. That's probably about an inch on each side. And that would make sense, because this is 5 inches and this would be 3. So that would give me an inch on each side. So I could make a cube out of it, or I could just roll it and make a round circle and have a tube instead of a square. But I like my squares. And I'm going to use those beads to make a hanger for this. Yep. Now let's refresh chat again here, see what you guys are talking about. I'm thinking not an ice cube from the freezer. 2 4-inch squares. Let's see what Beck's saying up above. Let's see what Becky is saying above. Becky said, it's easy. I made Greg that year. Let me go up and see what Becky's chatting about. Becky's my good math person. Becky and Allie Kay both help me with my math. Chaz says, I get a lot of kookaburras. If you've never heard one, they laugh rather than chirp. Google and have a listen. They make you smile. It's a quirky Aussie bird. Aw. That was very well done. I'm pulling pins out now. That was very, which makes me think it was professionally framed, all except for I wish they wouldn't have used the masking tape, but we just won't use, well, I could, I could use this part here on clusters and stuff like that. It isn't that bad, but it's discolored from the tape. It's not sticky, it's just discolored. It's lost, it's all dried. The masking tape dries out over the years, and I'm estimating that this is at least 30 years old, because it was stitched in 1986. Well, that would be 14 years, and then this is 2023, so there's 23 and 14. 23 and 14 would be 33, 30, at least 37, 36 or 37 years old. And it's nicely done. I can't wait to look at the back of it, but I'm busy. I'll see what back of it. I got distracted. Chaz says 28.5-ish, yeah, 26.5. Going to be small, so the sides are at 4 inches. The sides are going to be at 4 inches, but I'm going to take a 1/2 inch seam on each side, so that they'll be 3-inch square. They'll be a 3-inch square, and what'll be kind of sad is that these, are placed, but they're placed evenly, but I'll probably either have to, I'll probably put this at this point here, and leave the 1/2 inch here. I won't get all the stitching on there, but I'll get enough that you'll see some of this, and you'll see that because your 1/2 inch will have to come in here. And so this will be part of the next one. So these top ones will kind of be hidden in a way, but I at least want some to show. See what I'm saying? This was not designed to, this was designed to be a sampler, not a cube. But see, look on this. Even though these don't match and some of them are cut off, you still get a nice, look at the house here. It kind of floats over into the bottom. This house is halfway cut off, but I got the checkerboard here. I got the horses facing each other. And you see most of the alphabet in here, even though it comes around that way. Now this one, I did not put together 4 sides and a top and bottom. When I made this cube, let me get a piece of scratch paper. Hold on here. I'll just draw it on, I'll draw it on this. When I made this cube, I did a configuration like this. Well, you guys aren't going to see that. Hold on. I got a white paper here. I did, bring that down a little, a T kind of like this. So this was the top here. These were the 2 sides. Oh, I'm going to need sides here. Am I doing, no, 1, 2, 3, 4, top and bottom. Yeah. These were the, you could call this the top and the bottom, and these the 4 sides. I did a cross figure, and then I had my seams out over in here. But I'm not going to do that this way. I'm just going to do the, I'm going to do the 4, and then this will be the top and the bottom. Only these 2 will be cut off down here, and I'll have to stitch them on separately rather having them, because this piece was a sampler. I got this piece at a garage sale. I might have paid $3 or $4 for it, and I love it. I love it. So, I was going to say, if you guys watch, he used to be Draw with Jazza. He's over in Australia, Chaz, I believe. And I watch him a lot. And he's been getting, and I was going to do that, but they were too expensive. I didn't see anything that appealed to me for that price. A picture, he's been taking thrift store pictures and repainting them, or adding his collab to them. Anyway, the video I watched, I think he's been doing that recently. Oh, Becky was, okay. So 6 sides at 4 inches, you would use 24 inches. Yeah, that's right. 24 inches would come, and this was 28. So I think I'll have room to get, well, let's do 24. Because here's 15, right, to, if I'm doing the, from the design, not the, if I was doing from the top, which I could, and then I could have this as part of my, if I do it from the top, if I cut this from the top, then my 1/2 inch can come out of this, which would be seam. So I might cut it from the top here. So, and that 15 inches would bring me right into there. Right into there. And what do I need? 9 more inches. Oh yeah, I'd have, well, no, 3 and 3, 4 and 4. I need 8 more inches. 8 more inches would bring me right into here. So give or take this area in here for my arithmetic, I have about 2 inches of play in, before I want to save this part here. I can't wait to see the bottom of this. But I was thinking, I was talking about Draw with Jazza, and he upcycles, and I was even thinking of him yesterday. He upcycles thrift store paintings. And I can't remember if his were real paintings that he bought or if they were prints. All the ones that I saw at the thrift store yesterday were prints. And they wanted $25, $30. I'm not going to pay that. Some of them might be 10, but not. They wanted more than, but they were big too. They were huge and they were nicely done. They're nicely framed. The frames were nice, but it was too much for me. Even the size of the pictures were too much. But that little, not Goodwill, they call it an antique mall, but it's more like, to me, it's more like a big, huge thrift store. They might have painted pictures that I could upcycle. But I like to do that more for journal covers rather than, paint a picture, because I need smaller stuff that I can handle. I don't have the wall space. Is this one going to come out? I don't have the wall space. Barbie says, I make things by ice balls too. What is an ice ball? Becky says, so you would need a 16 inches strip and 2 squares to add off to the sides of the, yeah. So 16 and 2 squares of 8 would be 24 inches. And this, if I go from here to here, is about 28 and a half, which leaves me a good space down here at the bottom. So I think this is going to be ideal for a 3-inch square. Getting all these needles and pins out. I wonder if I can just, no, I'd rip the fabric. And I'll use pieces like this and this for clusters or whatnot. Now, another thing that you can still find for a little bit of a decent price, and I think Nancy Gill sent me some that I haven't used yet, are needle pointed chair covers. You have to watch for them, because if you go to a flea market, they'll charge you for them. But if you watch your thrift stores, every now and then you might run across the needle point chair cover, and those make nice journal covers. If you do if you disassemble them, usually they are disassembled. But you see less and less of that nowadays, because very few people take the time to do stuff like this. You mostly see reprint stuff. I mean, even the reprints aren't bad. A print of this, if this were a printed piece rather than a stitched piece, you could make a nice journal cover out of that. I don't want a journal cover, though. I'm going to make this into another decorative piece. This is a DIY piece. It's an upcycle piece. And in a way, if I had the wall space, I would just leave it. I'm going to leave the other one. I'll find a space for it. So in a way, it's kind of sad to take these things apart. But if you enjoy it, I'll get to enjoy it, because I'll hang it up here where I'll see every day. I'll see it every day. The point of it is to enjoy it. the point of it is to enjoy it. That's why these things are made. Now, the original stitcher on this would probably be cringing. Like, what are you doing? But who knows? They may not even be alive anymore, because this was at Goodwill. And if pieces that, let's just say that this was 100 years in the future, well, not 100 years. Let's, God forbid, say I pass away 30 years from now, because I'd be an old lady 30 years from now, and somebody finds a piece that I did, or some of my art, and upcycles it, you know, you're done with it. You've gone to your glory, wherever that's at. We'll call your afterlife your glory. And you're done with this. So even the art that you do, and some of you do beautiful, well, most of you do beautiful, beautiful art. It has its own journey. It either gets destroyed or upcycled or appreciated by the next owner. And at that point, that art becomes their possession. And they either add their touch to it or they enjoy it as it is. Now, I have some samplers that I would not do this to. You know, like the piece that, let me show you guys the piece, because some of you may have not seen the other piece. Let me show you the other one I got here. It's down here. Grab a hold of it. Let me turn my chair around. I'm going to leave this one framed. This one I'm going to find a space for. This one's nice, but it's a Christmas piece. It says, "Oh, come let us adore him." That's a song, a hymn, but it's a sampler. It's got the alphabet, and it's got Luke 2:11, "For unto you born this day in the city of David a Savior, who is Christ the Lord." That's a, you know, this is Christmas, and it's done in greens and dark reds. So I like this a lot. If I would ever upcycle this, which I'm not going to, see, it's not, it's nicely framed. I bet the same person did this. I'll bet you the same person who did the piece I'm taking apart did this one too. If I would ever recycle this, which I'm not going to, I may put in a different color of a frame. I would probably reverse the colors, or maybe, well, see, the frame matches the stitching. The frame is green, and I'll call this a dark red, but it's maybe be more of a maroon. It's kind of a rusty red. And actually, the more I look at it, the more I like it. I'm not sure I would change the color of the frame. I was thinking that I would, if I would ever upcycle it, I'd do a different color of matte, because green, hunter green, is kind of a 1980s color, which was just done in 1986, or that one. This one doesn't have a date. But I wish whoever stitched this would have put their initials and a date on it. A professional stitcher, or even gals in my stitching group, would sign it and date it. So this was probably done by somebody who wasn't in a stitching group, or a long time member of one, because they would have probably have framed that. Let me take a sip of tea and look at chat again. Mats make art stand out. Yes, they do. And you're saving it from the landfill. Yes. And I would guess, now the clerk who sold this to me knew what it was like. What did I do with those little here? They knew what it was like, what a stitched piece, the value, the hours. And in fact, she mentioned it. The clerk said, if you only knew how many hours somebody put in on this. And I said, yes, I do know. So she knew that I knew the time that went into this and the effort that went into making this. But most people who go to the thrift stores would not, to them it's just a picture. To them it's just a framed art, a framed piece of art. Now there would maybe a reseller would see this and know the value of it. They would probably resell this as $30, $40, $50, $60. You can't blame people for wanting to resell. A lot of resellers, people who do it, they'll go to Goodwill. You'll see those videos on YouTube. That's how they make their pin money, I guess. Some of them do it for a living. Some of them do it just for their channel, their reselling channel. They'll go to garage sales and thrift stores and Goodwill stores and pick up things that they know the value of, and they'll check the prices out online, see what they're selling for, and then they'll up the price. Now, I do understand Goodwill maybe having a little bit of a problem with that. I mean, they can't do anything about it because they can't, people go pick up things at Goodwill to resell. I'm not a reseller. I'm more of a hoarder or an upcycler. I like to use the things I get in my art. Everything that I buy, I usually say, oh, that'll go in an art journal, or, ooh, I can make a cube out of this. That was my first thought when I saw it. Arlene says, I know a lady that makes a decent living reselling. Yeah, that's their extra money. A lot of people, it's extra money. Some people make a living out of it, like what Arlene said. That's what they do. And back in the day, it wasn't called reselling. What was it called back in the 1800s? People would do this. This is just not an art thing. I mean, it's our culture, but it was done back in the day too. I don't have a name for it, but it's not on the tip of my tongue. Well, there are a lot of pins. This was professionally done. If it wasn't professionally done, it was done by somebody who knew just about what they were doing. The only problem I have with this framing is the masking tape. Otherwise, it's very well done. Becky says, and you're saving it from the landfill. Yeah. It's kind of slowing me down taking all these pins out. I had no idea that there were that many pins in here. About every half inch, there's a pin. And they stretched it really nice. I'll bet you if they had this professionally done, it would have probably cost her $30, $40, even in the 1980s, to get this professionally framed. I don't know what it would cost today. One of my needlework friends does, or had done, I don't know if she does it anymore because she's retired, but she would frame needle art. Usually on the back here, a professional framer would stitch. They would, on the back, instead of taping it down, a professional, I mean somebody who does needlework framing as a business or charges for it, that's who I call a professional, would lace it. They would lace this. Now I do have some pieces that I've laced myself, but they're up in Wisconsin. I have a few pieces. I wouldn't say that they were professionally done, but I framed them myself. But I did take the time to lace them on the back. Yeah, I'll bet the person who did this paid $30 or $40, $50 or $60 just to have this professionally framed. Because it takes a while to do this. And this thing, they pinned this every ½ inch. They probably counted. I'll bet they counted. I pulled these out. Here's one I missed. They probably counted every 5 stitches. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. They probably did it every 4 stitches. Put a pin in. And we're estimating that it's at least 30, 37 years old, I think I said. All right, let's go do these. Refresh my chat. Trying to keep up with chat this morning. Framers use masking tape all the time. I don't know. They might, Becky, but I don't like masking tape personally because it dries out. It dries out and it leaves this, just like Scotch tape. It leaves, and they probably, if they do use it, they probably think, oh, it's just the back. It doesn't hurt the back, or it's just the margin. But it dries out and it leaves, it discolors the back. But a framer probably, well, it's on the back anyway. You're never going to see it. Yeah, Becky's probably not wrong. But I know a professional person that would needlework would lace the piece. They lace it rather than tape it. If you're going to have it done by somebody who does needlework framing professionally. Well, or if they don't take the time to lace it, they use masking tape. The thing with lacing, if you lace it, you're still going to have to make sure that this is stretched really nice and tight. I would say that probably taping it, you will get a tighter, more fitted look to it. But you can with lacing too, but it's a little bit more difficult because your lacing has some give to it. But it's just a matter of technique, I guess. My friend down in St. Louis, she does beautiful samplers, and she has all of her life, and her oldest daughter has probably most of them. And now this was several years ago when I was visiting. I probably still lived in Indianapolis then, and I'd drive over to St. Louis, and she took me over to her daughter's house and showed me all the samplers that she stitched that her daughter has hanging up. Oh, it's just beautiful. It's like going to a gallery. And then another one of my St. Louis friends, I don't see him much anymore, does model stitching. And the beautiful works that she does. My mouth drops off. I'm still friends with him on Facebook. And every now and then I see, she can't, when she does model stitching, because she's stitching it for a designer, she can't show the piece publicly because, you know, she's doing it for a designer. But, some of the pieces that she worked on where she actually bought the pattern from somebody else, just my mouth drops open. That I call those ladies. I used to stitch all the time. I don't so much anymore. I don't have the patience for it anymore. I'm more one I want to get stuff done. And I linger over all of this stuff. All right, now I'm going to have to do the sides here. Beautiful, beautiful pieces. It's like walking into a gallery. And I tell them, I said, you guys, and they poo and pop, they poo it. I said, you guys are fabric artists. You're not just little homemakers doing a cross stitch. I don't like the word cross stitch because it's so crafty. And I call them artists. They're not just little crafters. They're artists. They are artistes. And they spend money to get quality linen and buy all these specialty threads. You know, linen anymore, if you buy a nice piece of linen, can run you $80 a yard. Well, they don't buy a yard of it because like you would at a fabric store. But you go to these needlework shops and buy some of this linen that's been hand dyed. And oh my goodness, even buying a 16 by 22 piece or a larger piece will cost you some money. And that's their hobby. That's their, and I call them artists. I said, you're not just little crafters. You're fabric artists is what you are. And they don't see themselves as being artists. But you stop and think about, do you call yourself an artist? Most of you probably don't. Some of you do. You think of yourself as an artist. You think an artist has to be well known and well published, or people know you on the internet and all of that. You sell your money. You're an artiste. But you are artists. We're all artists. To me, art is expression. Now, see, here's another thing that I don't like. This is sticky board. This is, well, no, maybe it's not. No, it's not. It's just sticky right in here. Maybe because I missed a pin. This is not sticky board. Okay, this makes me think it's still professionally done. I thought maybe this was sticky board, but it's not. It's it's probably acid-free foam board. I would imagine this was acid-free foam board. It's a nice, this isn't foam board that you would get at. This was professionally framed. I can tell you right now. I missed another pin here. Oh, there's pins in here. Did I get them all? Didn't get them all. I still got one more side to do over here, but I'm checking. Some of them get hidden down inside. All right, we got to do this side, and then I'll be done. Now, I could take the time to press this out, but I'm going to be cutting it here. So I'm not going to press and it's nicely pressed. And I'm not going to worry about washing it or anything because I'm going to hang the ornament anyway. And washing it you'd have to press it all out and everything again. I'm not going to deal with that. We're just going to use it in its current state. Some of those are hidden down in there. Now, the thing of it is, I really don't need a 1/2 inch on each side if I use this and just like right here, See, this does not have a seam. This does not have a seam, and that one does. So these three sides do not have seams. So I don't need a 1/2 inch or a 1/2 inch on each side. So I have even more. I only need a 1/2 inch at the top and the bottom. So we might have to look at my arithmetic again. I might be able to make it 4 inches instead of 3 inches. But yeah, I think I will have enough to do 4-inch squares instead of 3. I have to do my arithmetic again here, because I forgot it. I was thinking that I was going to stitch each piece, you know, stitch this side to this side, but it's not stitched. It goes around like that. For 1, 2, 3. Well, no, that one's stitched because of the way I did this in a T. I did this in a T. 1, 2, this side, 1, 2, 3. There are no seams there. It's just all one big long piece. So I think I have more than what I need. I'll have to revisit that. Let me get this out here first. Oh, wait, there's more over here. Hold on, we didn't do the rest of this side here. It won't take long, it's just a few inches. Well, there's more here. It's probably about 8 inches. I have to go here. I have to do it, though. Maybe if I just go along and pull these out a little, then I'll just come and pull them all out. I'm about done here. One more. Is that all of them? One down here. Okay. And this has to be acid-free foam board. This is nice foam board. I think this was probably professionally done. All right. And of course it's got the batting. I can reuse that batting. It's clean. And look at the stitching on the back. Now she did not snip her threads, but the stitching is very nice. Let me hold it up for you. She did not hide her threads, but it's stitched really nice. Let me hold it up. It's stitched nice. A professional stitcher, somebody who's been stitching for years, would hide those threads. But it's all going to go on the inside anyway. So here's my piece. It's all deconstructed. I'm not worrying about the seams because I'm going to be cutting it anyway. Let's set this aside for a minute and do my arithmetic. Have a pin out. Let's see, I don't need this anymore. I don't need these. I don't need that. Let's do the arithmetic again. because I don't need those seams. Find a decent pen, a writing pen. What did I do with that one I had? Okay. A little bit of dust there. Oh. All right. Let me zoom. Well, do I want to zoom in? I'll just zoom in for a minute while I'm doing this. There. Put my camera like that. All right. So I think we said it was 28.5 inches long from top to bottom. And this was about 20, we'll say 26.5. I don't think it's quite 26.5. Let's measure it again just to be sure. Get my inches out of here. So from here to here, right here, is 15 inches. From there to here is 11.5. So 15 and 10 is 25, 26.5 inches. So we had it right, 26.5 for the design. And this is from, did I measure from here? 15. I just want to make sure, never hurts to do it again. 15 and 11.5 would be 20. Oh, wait. Yeah. Oh, I was doing the design again. Yeah. The design itself is 26.5. But if you come from the top of where it was bound up here, it comes from here to there, which is 13.5. So 15, 25, 28.5 inches. So this is counting the border with border. This is lengthwise. Widthwise, from border to border is 7 inches. 7. I'll just put border. And the design, I think I said, was 5 inches. So design is 5 inches. Okay. Got that. So let's just draw a this is 28.5 this way. The design in here, which I should be doing in a different color, is 26.5. Am I in frame? There. All right. So this is 5 inches. And this is 7 inches. All right. So this is border in here. if I take that 1/2 inch here, a 1/2 inch, this is about 1 inch in here. I just kind of leave that there. And if I make this 4 inches, and that's what Becky was saying, 4 inches, I don't need seams in here. I just need 16 inches. So this is 26.5. And if you subtract 16, I can have a 4-inch square. I was thinking I was going to have to put a 1/2 inch on each side, but I don't need that. I'll just roll it. And that's what I did on this piece. See, there's no seam in there. There's no seam there. Well, there's no seam here, here. 1, 2, 3. One of these I have 3. 1, 2, 3. This one. There's no, so this is no seams. So I need 16 inches, so that leaves me 10.5 inches. And I think that's what Becky was saying. So let's just say, we'll put it in here. We'll say that this, from here to here, is 16 inches long. That's what Becky was telling me. Hi, Roy. It's Pancake Thursday. Happy pre-weekend to all of you. Group hello and hugs. Pancake Thursday. So that leaves me 10.5 inches here. I only need, well, now the top and the bottom, I'm going to need a 1/2 inch because I'll have to stitch those in because this will be all rolled around and I'll have to put them in. So I'll need a 1/2 inch. I'll need 8. I'll need, if I make it 4, I'll need 5 inches on each side. And this is 10.5. So I may not be able to save this here because let's expand this part out. We know on the design itself, well, let's see. On the design itself, let me do that on the back. On the design itself, this is not counting the border. The border would come out over here on the bottom. Of course, there's borders on the side. This is the 16-inch piece over here. So if I make this 4 inches and 4 inches, that's 8. But if I have a 1/2 inch seam, which I need because I'm going to stitch it onto the top and onto the bottom, I need 5 inches. I need 5 inches. And that makes it 10. This is only 10.5. And I would only have a 1/2 inch left over here. On here. I'd only have a 1/2 inch. So I would just have maybe that much left out of it. Which is okay. I mean, that could be a nice top or bottom. I'd probably make this, let's see, let's get my ruler out. What did I do with it? Did I put it back? Let's go from 10.5. 10.5. Well, I've got a 1/2 inch left, so it would really be 11. So my top and bottom for 4 inches with a 1/2 inch on each side, let's just say that's a 1/2 inch. And I need it in there. I might have a little more left over there than, you know, I'm guessing here. Let's see where 16 inches comes to here. Well, now if I use this part as a 1/2 inch, a 1/2 inch for the seam in there, just use that from the border. To here is 15, and we need, what, 16? We need 1 more inch, so it would come right to there. Right to, we'll say, to the bottom of these feet. So from the bottom of these feet to the bottom of the sampler, I have 10.5 inches. and I need 10 of those for my sides for 4-inch. This is 3-inch, but it's bulging out because of the way I stuffed it. If I make it true 4 inches, it would come right here and right there. But I don't mind that because this could make a nice bottom in there. I could just kind of make it a bottom and allow maybe my 1/2 inch up in here, up in there, a 1/2 inch strip. So this, I'm not going to be able to save this piece separately, but I could make it the bottom of the, or the top of the piece. Bottom or the top. So I think I'm happy with it. I think it's just the right size. So now what I'm going to do is I want to be sure to leave at least a 1/2 inch here. I'm going to cut these borders off. And my fabric scissors are out by the sewing machine. So let's use these, are the next best. No, I think these are the next best. So I know I want to leave at least a 1/2 inch. I think I'll just cut this part off here. And I don't know, I guess I could use that on a cluster or something. I'm not going to throw it away. This might be all I get done this morning. What time is it? It's almost 7 o'clock. This is Thursday morning. I'll go till 9. So let's go ahead and cut this. And let me get it at a good angle here so that I can cut. And maybe I'll zoom out a little now because we're done with the arithmetic. And I'm not going to stitch it. I'm just going to cut it out this morning. I'll stitch it maybe offline. Is that good? All right. Penelope, I'm going to move you now. Move my teacup a little. So I know I want at least a 1/2 inch for seam in there. So let's just cut it here. Now I'll find a line and cut on it if I can. It won't be perfect, but it doesn't need to be perfect. Cut that off. And let's do the other side. And I'll probably want about a 1/2 inch here because I'm going to use a 1/2 inch seam, and 4 inches up, I'll probably catch a little of this. But I'm not going to cut that right now. I'm just going to cut maybe here. Trying to follow the same line here, but it might be able to get a little off. Open that up. Roy, if you're watching, this is a piece that I got at Goodwill yesterday, and it's hand stitched, and we think it was probably professionally framed, very well framed. And the only thing that I don't like about this is that they did not hide their threads. Look, a professional needle worker would have hidden all these threads. Or even somebody who's been doing needlework on a full-time basis. All right, so I know this is 5 inches this way, which if I leave that 1/2 inch, that would get tucked under. That would be this is 5 inches, so my square is 4 inches, so this 1/2 inch, this line will get tucked under. but I think I'll cut it maybe a 1/2 inch out. So let's go down to the bottom. Let me put this, tuck this in here. So if I go I know this is 5 inches on each side. My square is only 4 inches and I need a 1/2 inch seam. I will need 1/2 inch seams on these two sides. I won't need them in here. Well, I will on the top and bottom, but so this would really be right at the seam line. I might be able to, no, 4 inches. No, this will get, I'm going to leave these excess, but they'll get tucked under. They'll be right at the bottom of the 1/2 inch seam, which will be okay because there'll be a 1/2 inch here and a 1/2 inch here on each side, which is kind of nice to make this 4 inches across. Where's my ruler? Because then I'll get the whole, from here to here is 4 inches exactly. From this point to this point is 4 inches. And there's a 1/2 inch here and a 1/2 inch there. So this part, these X's here will get tucked under, but I'm still going to cut my seam out here when I cut off these borders, just to give me some play. I might have to trim it when I stitch it, but don't want to spill my tea on it. So I'm going to start right about here. And I'm going to try to cut down the same line here, but it's fairly long. It's 28.5 inches long, so give me some latitude. That's why I'm starting out. So I think this will get tucked under right there, because here's my 1/2 inch, so it'll get tucked. It'll get tucked under in here, maybe. So you won't see the border, but I'm going to leave the border. I'm not going to cut it off. I don't know if any of my St. Louis stitching friends are watching this, but if they are, they're probably cringing. What are you doing, Meri? They know I do this. I probably do this type of art more so now than when I knew them. Yeah. They would be cringing seeing me doing this, even with a piece that I got at Goodwill. What do you mean it's 37 years old and you're cutting it up? But I'm making something I will enjoy. I will enjoy it, I promise. Now, Becky would probably serge this. If this gets tucked under, Becky would take and serge it. I could take it out to my sewing machine and zigzag it so it won't fringe, or I could use fray check on that. But I'm going to go out and I think I'll zigzag it on my sewing machine. This is not zigzagged here. They cut this and it's not fraying too bad over here. This is Aida cloth. This is not a linen. This is more of a cotton. Aida, for those of you who know what Aida is, some people call it Aida, which is a cheaper cloth, but it's still nice to stitch on. And some people stitch on it, especially as you get older. It has a nice count. You can see to do nice stitching. The stitching is very nice on this side. I do not see mistakes. The stitching is so nice and even and pretty, but they didn't hide their stitches. They did not hide their stitches, which almost makes me wonder if it was machine done. It looks machine done, but it's not. I know you can machine stitch, even cross stitch, But this was done with embroidery thread. This is not machine done. This is done hand done because this is embroidery thread. You probably would not machine stitch with 2 counts of two pieces of embroidery thread. So I know this is hand stitched. It's just very well done. The stitching is pretty. It's very nicely stitched, but she didn't hide her threads, or they didn't. May not have been a she who did it. We've got guys who stitch. There are men who stitch. When I went to those needlework shows down in Illinois, there was a man, I think he was a doctor, the way the story goes. I never knew him. I just knew of him, but he would stitch and his wife would thread all his needles, and because he was a doctor, a surgeon, he had that nice, and he did beautiful pieces. I saw some of his work. I never met him personally. All right. So I cut these right at the border. I'm going to leave those ends right now. And we're going to cut this side here. Oh, I'm excited that this will be, I can get all, and because I'm wrapping it, I'm not seaming in the seams. This design, even if it goes from one side to the other, it'll go seamlessly because there will not be a seam there. It'll just be a fold. Oh, I'm going to like this, I think. I am going to like it. Now, I came out, what? 2, 4, 6, 8. So let's count. 2, 4, 6, 8. Probably about to there. I might go out one more. Right about here. No, I went in one. That's okay. It's going to be okay because it's more than I need. And I'm trying to stay on the same, between the same 2 stitches. I might have goofed a little there at the top, but no, that's not working. I gotta put it down. I'm not a professional at this, but this is just a fun piece. I'm almost done here. I lost count there. There we go. So there's my piece disassembled. Now, we know that I'm going to use a 1/2 inch here for the seam. So, right about in there. And we know that I need 16 inches for 4-inch squares. I'll need 16.5 really. Well, I need 17 inches. I might need that extra 1/2 inch. because I need a 1/2 inch down. This is 15. I need another seam over here. Unless I use this whole piece, but then I would have a 1/2 inch here. But I really don't mind that. A 1/2 inch. Is this an inch? It is. So I could leave a 1/2 inch there, and then my 16 inches would become 16 and a half. Right? 16. There's 15. Meri's got to measure 10 times here, because I gave myself an extra 1/2 inch on the design. I'm starting a 1/2 inch up instead of right at the corner, and I don't mind that. So 16 inches, there's 15 to here. So 16 to there and a 1/2 to there. And then from here to here is 11 inches. And I only need 10 and a half, I think I said. No, I need 11 inches exactly. Ooh. No. Yeah, because I have to have that. What did I say? I got to draw this out. It's 4 inches this way and 4 inches this way. That's 8. I need that extra 1/2 inch in there, because these are separate pieces. So this is 4 and a half, 4 and a half. So I need 8, 9 and a half. No, I need another 1/2 inch here. I'm sorry. 10 and a half. Because I need these 1/2 inch seams. This is the top and the bottom. And they'll be fitting in. Meri has to think this stuff out. So there's 4, there's 5, and 5. I need 10 inches, and there's 11 here. So 10 inches would bring me down to there. I'm going to leave that. But I have to be careful what I'm doing here. I have to be careful what I'm doing here, because I need that extra 1/2 inch. I have to be careful with this cut. I was going to start it here, but if I leave an extra 1/2 inch, this is an inch border, I'm going to start it a 1/2 inch up. Maybe I'll mark it on the back. Let's mark it on the back, and then I'll be able to measure better. So if I start a 1/2 inch up, I'll be starting right here. And if I go 16 inches down, I need 16 and a half inches down, because I need another seam down here. So here's 15 inches right here. I need another 1.5 inches. So there's an inch here and a 1/2 inch right there. Let me bring this down a little over here. Right in here and right in here's an 1.5 inches. Then I need a 1/2 inch here and 4 inches. That's a 1/2 inch. No, that's 3/4 of an inch. Let me mark it again over here. 1/2 inches right here. All right. Then if I come down another 1/2 inch for a seam, and it would be right here, and then I need 4 inches I really need 4.5. 4 is right here. 1/2 is right here. And then I need another 1/2 for the other side. For the seam allowance would be right here. And 4 inches would bring me right to the bottom. And then I would have 1/2 an inch. I have that much left over, which I'm going to leave. And I did this all on the back, so I think I'm there. So this will get turned under. And there should be 16.5 inches. I should mark it out at the side here. Let's mark it out at the side. It won't hurt this in here because it's all on the back. All right, we need 1/2 inch here. So I'm going to mark it good. 1/2 an inch. And then we need 4 inches. We actually need 16. 4 inches. 1, 2, 3, 4. At 4 inches. This is my 15-inch mark here. I need another 1.5 inches. Which would bring me out to 16.5 inches there. Now, we're going to do the top and the bottom. I need a 1/2 inch seam. And these, I need 1/2 inch seams all around because they're going to go fit down and through, and I'm going to have to stitch all 4 sides. So we need a 1/2 an inch there and 4 inches to here, and another 1/2 inch here. So this will be from here to here will be the top with 2 seams on each side. Then we need another 1/2 inch for the bottom, and then 4 inches, which will bring me down to here. And then, whoops, that's 4.5. 1, 2, 3, 4 here. Here, inch. And that leaves me just a little less than a 1/2 inch. Let's make this one out a little wider. Because this will, all these marks will, all of these marks will be folded under. So this one, this is all extra here. This one, there'll be a cut here, right? Because there's a 1/2 inch there and a 1/2 inch there. That's right. So this is a cut mark here. This will all get tucked under or snipped off. All right. Yeah, this is right. This is the bottom of my 16th and the start of my first top here. From here to here should be 4 inches. And it is 4 inches. And then this, from here, 15 to up to here, and put a little mark there, should be 1.5 inches. And it is, maybe just a little over 1.5 inches. And then, well, actually, I need this to be a 1/2 inch, and it is, but I needed a 1/2 inch from the top, so I actually need to come from here to up a little to here, right to there. But I'll leave this. My seam line should be right here, or yeah, right here, because I'm going to have a 1/2 inch there. This will get turned under like that. And that'll be fine. I know what I'm doing there. So the only cut I really have to worry about is this cut right here. This cut right here. Is that the cut? No, it's this one. Do I have that right? 16.5. I need another 1/2 inch here. I did that wrong. I need another 1/2 inch. I did that wrong. Good thing I'm doing it in the border. This is why I do this more than once. Because this is the end of my 16. And I need a border here to seam this to this. And then there'll be 4-inch squares in here. But then this is all a 1/2 inch off, because I did not allow another 1/2 inch there. So this will be perfect. I just need to move this down a 1/2 inch more. So I should really have another color. I need a red pen. This is all in border, so this will get cut off. Or tucked under. So I'm not worried about these marks. But I need to make sure I have them right. I'm looking for a colored pen here. Here's a red one. Red one. All right. So I need a 1/2 inch here. And then I need 4 inches, which would bring me to there. And then I need a 1/2 inch here. And I need another 1/2 inch here. And then I need 4 inches here, which brings me about to the same spot. And then a 1/2 inch. So I think I'll be okay. Because this is the bottom of my 16th. This is the bottom of my 16th. This is the 1/2 inch border that will connect to the top. This is the 1/2 inch border on the top. And 4 inches is here. Then I need a 1/2 inch here and a 1/2 inch here. Because this will be the bottom and then the top. And then from here to here, I'll need 4 inches, which brings me to there, and a 1/2 inch, which really comes out to here. So I'm still okay. I'm still okay. I just have to double check on this. My cut line will be right here. Because this is the bottom of the 16 inches. Let me recheck. Just triple check before I cut. Triple check it. Quadruple check it. 10 times check it here. Because I've got 15 inches there to this point. And then 1.5 inches, which takes me up to here, which would be okay. I'm going up to there. So this is my cut line right here. So can I follow that line? And this will be easy on this fabric because I'll cut it right here. I'll cut it on this red line. So this is a cut line. This is a seam line. These are 4 inches. And then this will be a cut line right here. And we're just going to follow that line all the way across. And it's a cut line, so it won't show. We'll just follow it all the way across. If it shows, it doesn't matter. And then that's a seam line and 4 inches and another seam line here, but I'm going to leave my extra, got a little bit extra. So now I'm going to cut. I'm pretty confident that I can cut now. I feel good about it. So I only have to do 2 cuts, one here and one here. So we're going to do it. Hold your breath. I should come out and chat and see if you guys are saying anything that I need to know. Let's refresh chat. See if Becky's correcting any of my arithmetic. Live chat, top chat, live chat. Oh, hi, Dar. Hi, Brenda. Welcome, ladies. Chaz is still here. Kimberly says, hi, Dar. Good morning. I'm cleaning my kitchen in parent prep mode. I just detailed my can opener. I did that the other day with my brother. He doesn't. I haven't asked him yet, but I felt like saying, do you know what botulism is? I have to clean it. He doesn't bother with that stuff. If I didn't clean it, it'd just be syrup on it. But I can't stand him opening the cans at that can opener being filthy. So I just did that a few days ago, Kimberly. Dar is here. Barb, Riri, hi Riri, I didn't see you come in. Becky says, well, hopefully it'll all work out. You need 4 sections, not 3. I have 4. I have 4 sections, 16 inches, 16.5 inches. I have 4. 4 times 4 is 16. Well, I allowed the 1/2 inch seam up there. It's really 17 inches from here to here. Let's prove that before I cut it. Becky's making Becky's making sure I got this right. I don't mind you doing that, saying that, Becky, but I think I have. There's 15 to there, and another. Well, actually, another. Well, let's see. I'm phoning it under here. So I'm not coming from the top. I'm starting here. From here to here is 15. And then I have another 2.5. So I got 17.5 inches from here to here. That should be plenty. I think I'm good. I got 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's just mark them out just to be sure. So let me do it with the red. Let's just make sure that I'm right. I won't mark through these, but I'll mark it up here in the border. So right here, this area in here is seam. Right in there. I'll be seaming it. There's a 1/2 inch from here to here. That's seam. And then I have 4 inches here. 4 inches there. And because I'm not seaming this, I have another 4 inches here. This is 8. And another 4 inches here. So this is my third one. 1, 2, 3, and 8 to here. And then I've got a little bit more than a 1/2 in here. Well, it might be a 1/2. It's, if I cut it right here, which is where I have it marked, right there is a 1/2. My cut line, I guess I do have an extra 1/2 inch in here because I put my cut line here. I have a cut line here, a 1/2 inch, 4 inches. Let's mark it. This is a cut. This is 4. This is 8, and I'm not cutting there. I'm folding like this. So that's 8. This is 12. And from here to here is 4 inches. That's 16. And then I have a 1/2 inch here, but I put my cut line here. So I've got an extra play in here, which is okay. It doesn't matter. It's just extra. So on my top, this is my top. I have a 1/2 inch seam there. I have 4 inches here. I have a 1/2 there. This is my bottom. I have my 1/2 inch seam line in there, 4 inches, which goes down to here. And then I'll have a 1/2 inch in there. Let's see what I have here. Mark it. From here to here. And then a 1/2 inch here. And I have a little bit of play in there. So I think I'm good. I think I can cut it right there. If I'm wrong, and I'll use it for something else. I'll make it 3 inches instead of 4, but I think I've got it. I've measured it 20 million times. So I only have to do 2 cut lines, one right there and one right there, and that's what I'm going to do. Dara's here, Chaz, Beck, and Roy, Brenda. Good morning, everybody. Roy says, by the time something makes the Goodwill shelf, odds are the next stop is the dumpster. Don't feel guilty about reimagining thrift store. And that's where I got this. I got this at Goodwill. And I can't imagine throwing this into the dumpster. I can't imagine. I would cringe. I would cringe on that. Kind of hard to see the line here, but this is going to be seam on each side anyway, so I'm just going to cut right there. Now, I'll probably have to press these. I'll probably press them at this line and this line when I'm pressing. I should have some chalk pencil or fusion pen or something to mark my 4 inches here, because my 4th inch comes there. It's right here. I could press it like this just to make sure. I'll finger press it here. We'll just finger press this at 4 inches. And then the other 4 inch would be here. Now, remember, I've got a 1/2 inch in there. This would come under like that. So my other 4 inch would be right here. So I'm just going to fold it here. Well, let's fold this 1/2 inch under. Right about there. Right about like that. And this one right here. And the other 1/2 inch is here. Right about in there. And let's make sure here. Because this is rolled and not seamed, I'm going to have some extra play in here. It comes right about to here. I have a little bit of play in there. Right about like that. And I've got 4 sections. Maybe I could bring this in a little like that. Like that. Doesn't have to be perfect, because by the time I stitch it, it's going to bulge out a little anyway. See, there's no seam in here. I gotta find the one that's not seamed. Here, it's got a seam here, but it does not have a seam here, no seam there, and no seam there. And that's what's gonna happen here. And I think it's got just a little bit of play here. I got just a little bit of play that I can work with. But I might take an iron and press all this down. Now, so there would be my 4 sides. It'll come out like this. Now I've got to work with this. And we know from here to here is 5 inches. And I need it at 4 inches. And I need a 1/2 inch seam. So I've got to come in a 1/2 inch on each side. Let's do that on the back. So I know from here to here is 5 inches. Let's mark it. Get that out of the way. It's 5 inches from here to here. And I need a 1/2 inch off. So from here to here. And these 2 marks should be 4 inches, and it is. Only I want to do it up here. I'm going to have to bring this out here. Right there. This is all seam. This will get all tucked under. And this one comes out to here. So between these 2 marks, oh, and then there's 4 inches in, a 1/2 inch in, a 1/2 inch in would be right there. And then 4 inches would be right here. And I've got a 1/2 inch there. So I really have an inch of play here, because from this point to this point is 4 inches. So I've got an inch on each side here of play. So this would come down like that. Like this, all the way down. And I'm thinking, I don't know if I want to mark it on this side, or if I mark it in there, and then I'll just put my arrows there. I don't really need to mark it because it's marked with this. This stitch line is really falls right at my 1/2 inch, and then I've got another 1/2 inch in there. So my stitch line would come really, I need a 1/2 inch off in here from the back of this to right about there. And that's about where I have it over here. Which gives me, it really works out perfect, because a 1/2 inch from this point to this point takes me out to. So I know that when I fold this in, if I fold it right here at the bottom of these, where these points are, let's just do that. Maybe I'll pin it. Where are those little pins? Let's pin it now. Get my bobby pins out so that I can reach in there and get a pin. If I fold this right here and pin it, and I can even baste it, I'll have to allow for when I stitch it, when I actually make my box, I'll have to do a little, you know, dart in there type thing. But if I fold this right at this point where these come out, and right at this point I should have 4 inches. This design is designed so there's 4 inches between this point and this point. They figured that out. So that makes it easy for me to make a box. Let's see if that's true. Let's see if my thinking's correct. What time is it? 7:40. So I'd have to press it down, you know, make sure that my lines are, my points are on the same. But I think they're almost there. I'd have to press it good. I'm not going to wash it. I'm going to leave it as it is because it's going to hang anyway, and I don't want to distress the stitches. When you wash it, you got to press it up again nice, and it is what it is. It's a Goodwill piece. Reimagined. And I'm reimagining it to be a cube like this. I like this one a lot. I've showed this a lot. I'm going to put a hanger on there so it'll hang. That's what they got those $8 package of beads for. All right, so this just keeps coming down at this point. Might be one up here. We'll go off of this one. I think it's one stitch difference. There, it's got an extra stitch there. I'll go off of that one. Yeah, putting pins in this fabric isn't the best thing to do either. Now let's move this one up one. Now just do it on the outside. These pins are, there we go. And this one looks pretty even. Right to there. Now let's do the same thing on this side. And these come out, let's measure again here. I think this one's out a little bit further. Yeah, it's out one stitch. Let's measure from this point to, yeah, it's out a couple more. So I might have to tuck this one in. This one looks a little off. This has more stitches here than it does over here. It doesn't look like they carried that red over. This diamond is a little off. It might be a stitching mistake, or it looked like they didn't carry this red over to this side. They've got, and that might be the way the design was. Because see, look, they have 2 diamonds there. I have a 2 there and only 1 there. So I think this box is a little off. I don't know if it was stitched wrong or if that's the way the pattern was. I don't know. So we're going to go off of these at 4 inches. Actually, I'm going to go off of this one. At 4 inches would take me right to this point here, about 2 off. Let's fold it at 2 off. And be right about there, I think. Let's measure. Yeah, right there. So let me pin that. And so I'm following on this fabric. It's easy to follow the line. So I'm following this line as I'm folding it in. And hopefully it'll bring me to 4 inches up here. Let's test it and see. Hopefully this will be 4 inches. Oh, it's a little off. It's only 3 3/4. Where did I go wrong? It's 4 inches over here. I went wrong in here someplace. I'll get it. Before I stitch it down, I'll make sure that it's all 4 inches across. And it can have a little play in it. It doesn't on this type of thing, because of the way that it folds and curves. It doesn't have to be exactly 4. It can have some play. And these will be my seams. Now see, I've got a good inch at least over here, not quite an inch over here. I don't know why, but that's the way it's ending up. And I'll probably trim this part off. And let's just continue to measure it 4 down. I'm going to play off of this one, but this one seems to me like it's curving up a little. Let's put a pin there. Getting pins all over the place here. My bobby pins out of the way. Put them where I can see them. There. Okay. Kind of wanted these even in here. Right in there. So they're fairly even. And then this one comes down to here. And now I need to do 4 inches down here. So this is kind of my guideline here. And then I'm just going to go 4 inches up. I think these squares might be a little off. So if I go 4 inches, well, that brings me right up to there, right? From there to, well, down a little. Brings me down a little. I have to fold this in a little. A thing to do maybe is to mark it with a thread. I'm just pinning it. But I'm not that particular either. So from here to here is 4 inches. Let's put a pin, or approximate 4, enough. With fabric it bends, and what? Got 2 of them there. Now I think I'll probably have to stitch my top before I roll this on. You know, roll it like that. I'm going to have to stitch the top and the bottom on first, as much as I can. That'll make it easier to stitch up. I'm still doing these sides. So now I'm pretty on point there. Just a little bit off, but it's not going to matter once you, it's like 1 thread off. Get it in here. Get in there. And as I come down, I should be about 4 inches right to there. Just fold this in just a little bit more. Now that's pretty good. Maybe one more row in there. Get in there. I'm just pinning it now for an example, but what I'll probably do is run a basting line down this way, a thread line, and then I'll measure up 4 and run another thread line that way and take out the pins. But this gives you an idea. And then I've got a 1/2 inch seam here, a 1/2 inch there, and I've already folded this, but we'll do it again. So I'm going to have to snip the edges, or, you know, do what I need to do for the edges. So this can come a little bit more. The pins are going to be in the way. I want this at 4 inches. Yeah, I'm going to have to baste. I'll baste it. Approximately, it still can come over another row. This goes under. Like so. Now what do I have? About 4 inches, approximately. And I'll baste that too. And then just keep folding it like so. And I should have got a pin in the way. I should have 4 sides here. Pins are in the way. This is why I don't like to pin. I'd rather baste. My mommy said baste. But this is just for example. 4 and 4, and then I have a pin in the way. Put them in there. A half, 4 and 4. And a pin in the way. Right in there. And then I'll have about a 1/2 inch. Maybe even a little bit more than a 1/2 inch. So that will be those will be my sides. And it'll row. So this in here will actually come out like this to this point. But it'll row, it won't be seamed. And like that. And then my 1/2 inch. Then my top and bottom, I think I'm going to have to, let's see, I'll probably stitch the top onto here and the bottom onto there, which would make sense. The top and bottom, and I'm going to stitch them on. I'm going to stitch them on separately, but I'll probably do that before I do all of this. I mean, I'll seam this. I'll baste it. I mean, not seam it, I'll baste it. Let's cut this. I'm going to do a cut line right there. Now, I've got a 1/4 inch all the way around here. I mean, a half. Well, I've probably got more than a 1/2 inch. No, I don't. Yeah, I do. Because it's a 1/2 inch. It's a 4 inches from here to here, or approximate. So this folds like the same way. Like this. And like this. All the way around. And then, but I think what I'm going to have to do is stitch it on here. So I'll have to have all this basted. I'll baste it all before. So this will be the top. These will come around this way, like so. This will go in here, you know, for the top. Pretend that's the top. And then the bottom will go in here like this, the same way. So the top and the bottom will be hand stitched to the top and bottom over here. But I will. Now let's just pin it together. So this is the seam line here. And this is the seam line there. So, and this has to match up here. And this, I'll only stitch to this point because this will come in and it will stitch over to one of these sides. So I'll have a little snip in there. But this will come, if I match these up, right about in there, and the top and the bottom. Let's just kind of pin these two together for a minute. So it'll come something like that. And then the top, remember I've got a 1/2 inch here. The top will come like that. And this will be a 1/2 inch seam. And it will go on to the side over here. But I have to snip the corners. You know, you have to snip the corners. It will fit in there though. I've got it pinned. But it will fit like this. Like this. I'm just holding it. I mean, I'll have to baste it in there. But it will fit something like that on all four sides. And this will be the top. And this piece here will be the bottom. That gives the quilt patch sampler. I think I'm happy with it. So I think now what I need to do is just put in my basting lines rather than all these pins. Pins annoy me. Let me take this one out. Where is it? Over here. So first thing I'm going to do is put in these basting lines here and press it out nice so I know where I'm going. Make sure I have 4 inches across. This is just for show. But then my sides will be pretty nice, I think. I think they'll come out very nice. I'm just kind of rolling it up now. Let's pins are in the way every place. So this will be like one side, approximately. It's not straight. Approximately one side. This will be one side. This will be one side. And this will be one side. I'll probably put a charm or something in there. I'm very happy with it. So that's all I'm going to do with this morning, because now it's at the point of basting and pressing and stitching. So if you see a piece like this for a reasonable price at the thrift store or at Goodwill, this is something fun that you can do. I like these. These are like decor. I could put these in a basket without putting a hanger on it. Or I could just put a hanger on it and still put it in a basket and get me a little collection of these. Wouldn't that be fun for decor? Yeah. I've had this one for a couple years now. I really do like it. I keep it out here. I'm always picking it up and showing it. And then my other sampler, let me move this out of the way. I pretty much know what I'm going to do with that. My other sampler, I showed it, or for any of you who just came in. This one I'm not going to cut up. This one, if I cut it up, I would have smaller squares, probably the top going up here, the middle would have to come down 3. They would be much smaller because I'd have to get 4 out of here. Let's measure across here. From this point, from the top of the ABCs to the bottom is 12 1/4 inch. Well, if I go up a little and, you know, for my seam line, it would be 12 1/2 inch from this point to the bottom of this. So 13 inches from this end of the green to the start of the green over here is 13 inches. So this would be 12 inches. I need 4 of them. So this would probably be 3-inch squares, which would be still the same. And then I would probably have to take I would probably do a T-shaped at 3-inch squares, which really isn't bad. I'm not going to cut this one up though. But I would have these spaces in here left over, because I would have a 3-inch. Well, with a 1/2 inch, it would be 4 with the seam line. So this, from the green to green, is 9 1/2. So I would need 4 inches out of here. That would leave me, what? 4.5. 4.5 and 4.5 is 9. Maybe a little over 2.5 inches on each side in here that I would be wasting, because I don't think I could get, if I made it a long piece this way with 4, well, I am making it 4, but I don't have enough room over here to put a top and a bottom. Unless I did it on the sides here, made 3 inch from here. Well, I'd have to have a 1/2 inch there. I'd have to have 4 inches there. I would be able to do it if I did 3 inches this way off of the side rather than down the center, because then I could do my top and bottom out of here and I'd probably have a little piece left. But I don't like that as well. I'm gonna leave this one alone. I'm gonna leave this. I'm gonna hang this. I like it the way it is. And I think the price was right on these, because it's a vintage. If it was done the same year as this other piece, it was done in 1986. And that's considered vintage. That's 30-some years ago. I guess 50 years is vintage, but it's getting there. But I'm going to leave it. All right, what time is it? I've got an hour. I've got an hour. I feel like what I want to do, these are cards that I made for these. I got to pick up some envelopes today so I can get these sent. I'm sending these to 2 folks. This one is Arlene's here. This one's going to Arlene because I did the lacy cluster with the butterfly. This one's going to Arlene. One of these, they're both the same. I need to write in there. She knows she's getting this. And this one is going to an unspoken person. They'll know when they get it. So I think I'm going to do, with my hour that I have left, another bird. And I think I'm going to make a couple more cards. I want to do another background. I might do that. Let's see, tomorrow's Friday. I might come live tomorrow morning, but I'm going to draw the bird this morning. I lost my bobby pin for that one. Let's put another bobby pin on it. And I'm going to put these in envelopes and get them sent off, but I ran out of envelopes. So when I go today, I'll get more envelopes. So those are going out. But Dee Dee Willingham, what did I do with it? Oh, going to have a craft lunch. I've been working in my May journal here, thinking I got more than I expected. I need to do something on this page. All these others are done. And I need to do something on that page. These I might just leave or put something inside of there. I'm looking for my fracture book. It's over here someplace. Here it is. Is that it? No? Where's the fracture book? Hold on. I got more stuff than... All right, we're going to do a desk clean here for a minute until I find the fracture book. It has to be over here because I was using it. I just stack things on top of each other. Where is it? It's not here. It's not here. Well, maybe we won't. Let me look. Let me look. It's not on my card. If it's on my card, it fell. honestly. Maybe it's down below. Hold on. I'm looking. I want to find the fractor book. I want to do some more fractors. You can stare at that. Oh, I know. I'm not going to do the fractors because I can't find the book. I'll have to find it out, get it out, but let's do something else here. As long as I'm playing with Goodwill stuff. I have this piece I got at Goodwill. I paid $10 for this piece. I paid $10 for it. $9.99. Let me look here. Make sure. No, I paid $8 for it. I paid $8 for this, but I got 2 of these. They're nicely mounted, but I'm going to take them apart, and I don't know if this is glued down, depending on what's in here. Let's take one out. Let me open this up. As long as we're playing with Goodwill upcycles, we'll do this one. And I'll have to find my fractor book. I don't know what I did. Uh-oh. You guys took a tumble. You're over there on the floor. You're way over on the floor. I hope you're okay. Are you guys okay? Any broken limbs? You took a tumble. This is just, I don't have enough room on my desk for this stuff. All right, I can pull one out and set it here while I go get you guys. Isn't that cool? I got 2 of those. And I will say they did a nice job of packaging these. I don't know if Goodwill did this or somebody else did them. Let me pull the tissue off here. I paid $8 for both of them. So it's about $4 a piece. But if you were to frame these, you know, $4 is a reasonable price, I think, for these, because they're already nicely matted. There's 2 of them here. And then I've got a real nice backing here that I can use for art. Let me put it over here out of my way. And let me go pick you guys up. You stare at the peacocks while I go retrieve you. I think I can just kind of pull on the cord and pull you in like a fishing line. Oh, you fell. I knocked you off the desk. I need to get behind this cart and clean stuff up. All right, here's your stand. Oh, good exercise for my arms here. Oh, hold on. I have to reach for it. I knocked you off your pedestal. Now, I'm reaching for it with my arm here. I gotcha. I gotcha. Now I have to move the cart. Hold on. I've got to do a good old cleanup in this room. But you know, creative people get messy. Here you are. Here you are. Come on, flip up for me. You're back. You're back. I need to plug you in, though. Hold on. Got to plug you guys in. I'm surprised it didn't pull it out of the socket, too, but it didn't. Hold on. Let me find it. Ow. I've got that cellophane put in the trash there. Okay, here's your plug-in. Are you guys all okay out there? I hope you're okay. Let me look at chat. Before I knock anything else off here, let's move Penelope. Okay. Hold the phone. I'm not quite done over here yet. These few minutes. Your cord is stretched. All right, let's refresh chat and see what's going on. Get in, hold on, stay quiet. Rory says, I think I'll wear a helmet when visiting Meri. Kimberly says, get in, hold on tight. Stay quiet. Chad says, Brenda, that's terrible news. What happened, Brenda? Brenda says, if you pray, please pray for one of our local sheriff deputies. Just popped in a news alert that a deputy was off duty and at home. He was ambushed by hidden shooter. I have 3 former scouts that are deputies. Father God, we don't know the name of this deputy, but you know him. You know his family, and you know what condition he's in now. You know the shooter. You know the motives. And Lord, we just pray for peace in that community. We pray for the deputy. We just pray that he would heal. And we pray for his family as they go through this time of obvious trauma. We pray for the community. And Lord, more than anything else, we pray for peace in our communities. You know our hearts, Lord, and I believe the song that you're still in control, God's in control. But we just bring this deputy and his family to you in prayer. In Jesus' name, amen. I'm a praying person. I have no qualms about, especially for somebody who just got shot, I have no qualms about offering up a prayer when it's requested. I don't do it all the time, but times like this, yeah, pray. I really do believe in the power of prayer. And pray in your faith. Not everybody's Christian. I'm Christian. But pray in your faith because you're sending out good vibes. I'm not saying that good vibes are the answer to everything. But you know, if we as a community come together, that's a good thing. And even with our differences, if we at least keep the good of this deputy and the community and his family in our hearts and prayers, that can't be a bad thing. So there we go. Meri's off of her footstool. I'm going to move this box up here. I have these. This is where I've been keeping my carving tools, paintbrush. Here's a broken scraper that I've been using. Paintbrushes, pens, and I put them in these little buckets that I got at the Dollar Tree, and I've just been keeping them in this box. But it does take up room. And I think my erasers, I got some erasers up here. I think they'll be okay if I kind of bring this up a little. And I'm going to move this off my desk for now. I'll put it back at the end of the stream. I'm going to put this behind me. All right. So I won't knock it over the cliff. And we're only going to use one of these for now. But you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking a journal cover. And I want to see if this is glued down. Well, there goes my ruler. Hold on. Let me pick up stuff off the floor here. I have an 18-inch ruler, but it must have fallen too. Is this it? No, that's the plastic one. What happened? My ruler fell just now. And I'm running over stuff here. What happened to it? I heard it fall. There it is. That took another 10 minutes. I got my fine liners here. Let's get them out of the way. Got my scissors sticking out here. I should have that plastic piece. There's my ink pen. There's another one. All right, my tea. Yeah, let's get the cards out of the way so I don't ruin those. Okay. Ha! This is what you get when you come to my stream. You just get what I am, who I am. I think my tea is going to sit over here. All right. I don't think I want to see if this is glued down, this piece, this picture. And I think it's on, I'm going to have to break the mat here, I think. Not break it. It's attached down here. Open it up is what I mean. It's taped down, it looks like, in here. It's very well done. Yeah, it's taped or glued. They do these things up nice, and Meri comes along and there's tape. It looks like it's double-sided tape of some sort. Right at the bottom. Meri comes along, and there you go. Hold it. I'm doing the corner down here. Oh, is it taped? No, it's not. It's taped at the top, too. But is the picture is glued down, I think, which is good. At least it's glued on the sides. That's what I wanted. It's nice and flat. So let's open it up at the top. And I'll have a nice mat. I just won't have a frame for it. Let's start over here to knock my erasers off if I'm not careful. Come over here. Probably knock them off over here too. Get them off to this side. All right, let's see if I can't get this one off. Up at the top, it's taped in really good. I will give this to whoever donated this to Goodwill, this art to Goodwill. Must have had some professional framing done. Most people would not tape it like this. They would just set the mat on top and set the base in, set the picture on there and put the mat on top of it. This is matted really nice. But Meri's undoing it. But I'm hoping this peacock is glued down, so I won't have to deal with that. There we go. And I have a nice mat with some tape on the back. And I'm just going to leave it. Maybe I'll put this piece here. There. That's the back. I have a nice mat. I don't... got a little corner up there. I don't really use this stuff much because I don't frame my art. I just don't have room for this stuff. You can see I don't have room on my desk. All right, so here's my peacock. Here. And this is, I think this is all glued. No, it's not. It's glued down in the center. It's glued right in there. It's glued right in here. So this print, it's a print from, there's about a 1/4 inch border. I'm going to come in and measure from the edge here to the edge over here. Well, if I go from and leave the border, no, it's about 11 3/4 inch. About from edge to edge is about 11 3/4. I don't want a 12, I want a journal. I don't want a 12-inch journal. If I make a spine, I could make the spine over here. And this could be the back. And then that other piece could be the front, and I could have a peacock on both sides. If I come from, and let's just say, well, I don't know if I want the white edge. For now, I'll leave it. This is 12 inches from that white edge to the colored edge here. If I made it 8 inch or even 8.5, if I made it, I need room in there. If I made it 9 inches, that would give me a 1/2 inch of play for my pages. If I made it 8.5 inch pages, I would still have an 8.5 page would come right to, I need a 8.5 will come right to there. If I make it 9 inches, my journal, that means that I would cut off 3 inches here. And I could use this as a spine. I would get as part of his tail. Now, if I didn't want to do that, if I could come in here and maybe leave a 1/2 inch over here and come there, well, let's do it from his tail. You guys can see the tail. Let's go from the tail, go in 9 inches from the tail, right there to right here. I need a T-square. Right there to right here would be 9 inches. So, and then this still, my 9.5 inches. I got to get him over a little bit more. I'm going to have to cut off just a little bit of his tail because I don't want to cut off his neck. So I'm thinking 9 inches comes, oh, just a little clip off of his tail. 9 inches comes to, this is my receipt. 9 inches comes right to there. Let's fold this in. 9 inches comes to there. And then I would have this much play, which isn't going to be bad. And the bird would show. And this would be the back. Now I could move this over just a little bit more because generally when you bind, so let's move it over like a 1/4 inch or so. Right there. Right there. I'll cut off a little bit more of his tail. But that really doesn't matter too much. And this would be the spine area here. So 9, and then my pages themselves would be 8.5 by 11, which would come in here. 8.5 by 11. Here's my 9 inches. So I would have that play for my binding in there. And generally, if it bulks out, you generally need that much. And as you bind it in. So if I make it 11 inches tall, this is the paper's 11 inches. So if I make it 11 inches tall, I still want that. I'm going to have to leave another 1/2 inch, at least a 1/2 inch, maybe even an inch for my well, what did I do? I need this over here like this. So if I leave a 1/2 inch or even a 1/4 inch, more a 1/4 inch at the bottom and top and bottom, I always need more over here than I do there and there. And this is about a 1/2 inch here. I could just kind of move this up and still use this. So my cut line my cut line would be right here. No, it would be right in here. Yeah. And I wouldn't, well, right now I'm not going to worry about that. I might trim it down a little. And in a way, it's a shame to do this to these pictures. But on the other hand, I'm going to use them as a journal cover. I'm going to use, and then I'll do the front the same way, the same size. So let's write down here in the border what I'm thinking. I'm thinking oh, this will come over. Oh, there goes the phone. Hold on. I'm going to have to put it on mute. That might be my brother's doctor. Let me put you on mute. Okay, I'm back. Thank you guys for waiting. I had to take that phone call. So, what I was doing was I was going to write down what I have here. What did I do with the ruler? The other ruler. Oh, it's here. Okay. So I'm going to mark this here because that's where I want to do my cut right here. Right there. That'll give me about a 1/4 inch off of this bird for the back. And 8.5, and I'm going to come to 9. It's going to write 9 inches this way. And then vertically, I'm going to cut it right at the border down here. Yeah, I'm going to cut it right there. I'm going to cut here. So this to here is 8.5, but I think I want to make it, I think I'll make it the entire width of this because I think I want just a little play in here that I might cut off. So I'm going to cut from here to here, which is 12 inches for right now. I don't know if I need all that play in there, but for right now, I'm going to leave it. And 9 inches over here. So, and I was hoping, I think what I'm going to do is get out my Yes paste and glue this down before I cut it. Glue it down in here. It's glued down nice, but I think I want it glued down nicer. Because then I'll have a nice border for it. Now, let's do the other one. Let me look at chat first. And you know what's really nice about this? This bird looks different than this bird. So if I make this the back and this the front, they're both facing the same way. But this bird's tail comes this way and this bird's tail comes that way, even though this one is looking behind him, this one's looking forward. So this is nice, and I'll probably cut it off there. This will be my front cover. And let me come out and look at chat before I do this other one. We'll just leave this out for a minute. I should have pulled the paper off of this before I went and got that phone call. My brother's still in bed. I needed to take that. Let me refresh chat, and I've got about 40 minutes here to do this other one. I've been playing with Goodwill stuff. And for those of you who did not see my Goodwill haul, the only other things I got were this, and I paid $8 for this. I should not have paid $8. There's only 4 pieces in here. But they're the right color. I got a bracelet here. I'm gonna use, I got it for the beads. Truthfully, you could not buy these beads at retail at $8, but this is not retail. This is thrifted. And this is fairly nice. I like the beads. I'm not sure I'm so hepped on the other shapes, but we can use them for something. And then I got this bracelet. I like all the beads. I do like the beads. That's why I bought it. It's only got 2 charms on it. The other one probably fell off. No, well, it's a bracelet like that. I can't wear bracelets because I'd have it broken. But I'm a little disappointed that I think I paid too much for it. I probably won't do that again. I would pay $4 for it, or even $4.50, but $8 is getting a little. $7.99 is $8. That's getting a little expensive. And I already did my Goodwill vent this morning, early. And then I got a book. I don't know what I did with the book. I got a little book. It has poetry, and it was published in 1954. It was published over in England. It's called The Weekend Book. It's got poetry and music and little small book about, what, 4 by 3, something like that, 5 by 4. What did I do with it? Where did I put it? Behind me? Oh, I can't find where I put stuff after I do this. Let's go move on. Let me look at chat. I was going to go to chat. Let me look at chat. Thank you guys for sticking with me. Let me refresh here. Brenda says, I'm bailing on my online PT. They just sent me a message asking if I wanted to come in early. I said, nope, I had friends over. Aww. Aww. You do have friends over. They called me. I went to the dentist yesterday. She called me and wanted me to come in early. I went in early because I wanted to go to Goodwill. My appointment was at 3. She wanted me to come in at 2. I thought, well, that's not too bad, so I did it. And she just wanted to end her day, I think. I just assume they make my appointment at 2. My next appointment is in November. Just like Becky said, it's just a general cleaning. Chaz says, let's see, what did she say? Chaz says, Brenda, I'm so glad he had his vest on. Oh, we were talking about the sheriff. Got on the local news instead of what comes out of Nashville. He had just got home. This is the deputy that got shot off duty. He just got home after his shift. He still had his vest on. Well, that's good. He shot several times in the chest. One shot hit flesh, expected to make a full recovery. Well, I'm glad of that. Still, that's trauma. I mean, get out of your car and get shot. That's trauma. Did they catch the shooter, Brenda? He got out of his house and called for help. Oh, he must have been in the house. Suspect is barricaded in the deputy's house. Oh, he was in the house. I'm hoping the standoff ends peacefully and no one else is injured. Oh, you're very welcome. I have no qualm. I'm a person of faith. I believe in prayer. I believe in God. I believe that God watches over us. And when, we all go through troubles, and I believe we can take our troubles to the Lord. And even if you are not a believer, just sit quietly and let us have our time of prayer, and who knows? Chaz says, I'm glad he had his vest on. I hope that they can get the suspect before he does any more damage. Well, thank God was there anybody in the house? Was he a single guy? Or did he have a family? Oh my goodness. I hope he was a single guy. I hope there's nobody else in the house. What's Meri up to now? I am working on a journal cover. I got these are prints of peacocks. I'm going to have to glue this down better. But I'm going to I took the mat off of this one. I'm going to take the mat off of the other one. Tommy Joe is here. Hi, Tommy Joe. Looks like Lori might have came in. Dara's here. Kimberly's here. Chaz is here. There's Lori. Hey, Lori. Buckle up at Mary's, Dar says. I had to take a phone call. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys giving me that time. Yep. This is where I knocked you guys off the stand. I think I'm caught up with you. I think I'm caught up with chat. Let's see. Brenda says, don't think about the price at this point, Meri. If you like it and enjoy it, then it's okay. I beat myself up after giving a little bit more than I liked, and that makes me like them less. That's true. That's true. When you let that price point eat at you, you don't enjoy it like you did when you first saw it. That's a truth. So stop talking. Don't stop thinking about it, Meri. I'm going to go buy marigolds today, I hope. All right. So let's do the other one. And I'll have time just probably to take off the mat. And here it is here. This is the This one's going to be the front cover. That other one's going to be the back cover. And I'm just, they taped it at the top and the bottom, the mat. It looks like it's a double-sided tape. And I'm just getting my ruler, you can see it here. I'm just getting my ruler under the mat and just kind of sliding it along and breaking that seal with the tape. Let's see if I can come from the other direction. There. So now let me do the top. And this one, I think I've got the dimensions on that other one. I'll have to figure it out where I want what. And I won't cut them today. I'll probably glue them tomorrow. I think I'll try to come online tomorrow. Let's put it this way, it's Friday. And if you see me, I'm online. If you don't see me, I overslept. Oh, you know what? Tomorrow's my brother's doctor appointment. I can't, if I come in early, I'll have to leave early. His doctor appointment is at 10. And usually I quit a little before 10. But we have to be up there before 10. So I'll probably, if I come online, I'll come like 4:30 to 8, something like that. That's still plenty of time. So I won't do a full Friday morning like I usually, if I usually come on at 4:30 and stay till about 9:45. But I'll probably only stay until about 8 tomorrow. If I come on, if I don't oversleep. I have been pretty good this week about getting up, but some of these weeks, you know, some of these mornings I've been having trouble getting up early in the morning. I want to change that because I don't want to lose my early bird crowd. But it all happened, I think, around April when I fell. I just didn't feel like doing much. Well, I had some times, but I don't know. I've just been having some, I want to sleep in the morning issues. But I'm trying to make myself get up now. I've done good. Of course, it's only Thursday. But I did my Thursday stream. I didn't do my Sunday stream, I don't think. I was going to stream on Monday, and that's when I didn't get up. But I usually, Monday's kind of a impromptu day. All right, we got this corner to go here. There we go. There she blows. And that mat is pretty good. I've got some nice mats. Any ideas what to do with these if you don't hang art? Yeah, hang them on the wall at an angle and make it look like an art studio. Put them behind your chair. Brenda says, my insurance has me doing PT online because in person costs too much. I have to go set up the laptop so that they can watch me and tell me what I'm doing wrong. Physical therapist is in LA. Isn't even 7 there. and they wanted you to come on early, and it's not even 7 o'clock where they are, they must have something else going during the day. Yep. Once you get your time set, they're okay with them adjusting it for you, but if you had to adjust it, it would, well, most places will let you if you can, if you're a little time enough. Okay, so I know that other one, what did I say, 9 by 12, I think. So if I go, let me make sure, let me grab a hold of the other one. It's behind me. Make sure I've got my head on straight. 12 inches high and 9 inches wide. This is going to be the back. This one's going to be the front, and this one's going to be the back. And there'll be a spine in between. And I'm going to put yes paste on this to glue these down. I'm going to make a journal. And my pages will be 8.5 by 11. So I don't think I need, it would leave me a half an inch at the top and bottom. I don't think I need a half an inch at the top and the bottom. I only need about maybe 3/8 of an inch, maybe, depending. All right, so 9 inches. And again, this is the back. I've already done this. Wait, what? The front. What time is it? 8:53. Tell me who comes on Thursdays at 9 o'clock. Is that you, Lori? Is it Pink Girly Thursdays at 9 o'clock? I think it is. So Lori, watch for Lori Pink Girly at 9 o'clock. And does Kathy Arbor or APG Jamie come on today? And is Lisa coming on today? In the afternoon. I won't be here because I got things I got to do today. But I have to go to the bank. I want to get flowers. I might stop at the other Goodwill and see if they've raised their prices. I want to go to that. Well, I don't think I'll go to there today. I want to go to Dollar Tree. I need to get some envelopes. Not at Dollar Tree, but I need to go to Walmart. All right, I need 9 inches this way. So I think I can leave this on the front. So if I go 9 inches from here, I'll still have this on the front. And if I go from this point, to this point, it'll take me right to the tail. 9 inches. Right to there. So 9 inches. And this will become my cut line here. So I'll cut right there. And when I have my 8.5 by 11, cut line will be there. 8.5 by 11 sheet there, I'll have a 1/2 inch border. And I'm leaving that for tabs or, you know, flags or anything that I want to put out here. Or binding. Sometimes when you bind several pages together, it pushes the pages out a little. So I'm leaving a 1/2 inch on the sides. Now I don't think I wanted a full 12 inches. This is 12 inches. Put my ruler here. From the bottom to the top is to the top of the print, not the top of the page, is 12 inches. My sheet is only 11. And I don't think I need a full 1/2 inch on each side, but for now I'm going to. I'll probably make it 3/8 of an inch just to allow for anything, you know. So right now it's going to be 12 inches high from this point to this point. And I'm going to cut it here, here, and then I'll measure in 9. I'm not going to draw the line here, but I will when I cut it. I'm going to glue it first. From here to here. So these should match. Yeah, I might have to do that a little bit better. 9 inches. From here to here. What I measured from there, not from, I need to go from here to there. So I'll be cutting it right there. And that'll make a nice front cover. Now, if I cut this shorter, I'll probably have to, I don't want to cut the peacock's head though. I'll probably have to cut it shorter down here, because I don't want to cut off his top feathers. So if I cut off any, it will probably be down here. And that leaves me about 1 inch there. So I might cut off about a 1/2 inch. Well, not even a 1/2 inch. So I put it down in there. I want a little bit of a border up there. I don't have to cut off much. I think a 1/2 inch might be too much, about 3/8 of an inch. And it will fit right in there. So there we are. That's for tomorrow, and it is 8:58. Let me see. I've got my glasses running down my nose. 8:58. I think in 2 minutes, Lori Paint Girlie's going to be on. I don't know what she's going to do. Lori said those beads would be a lot more at a craft store. I know they would, Lori. I know they would be, but I am buying secondhand, and I think that that's too much for that package of beads. They've raised their prices, so I was at the thrift store. I did not see, maybe a couple junky things for $4. But most of their things were priced $7, $8, $9, $10 at Goodwill. And, I was not impressed. Let's put it that way. I was not impressed. Brenda says, I'm here alone and I'm not doing anything that can cause a fall. Last week she said I was stubborn and my leg would get better if I did it. I've worked this leg for 3 years and I know its limit. Oh, hi, Jacqueline. Yes, you are kind of late. I got to sign off because Paint Girlie's going to come on. I want to thank you all for spending. We did not have a connection break, but I had to put you on mute for a few minutes to go answer a phone call. I want to thank you all for coming. I worked on this, and the only other thing I did this morning besides do my craft haul was we disassembled the sampler. I'm going to make a cube out of it like this. So we did all that measuring and figuring up and cutting. I'm fairly happy that I have my measurements right. For this is going to be a 4-inch cube. So I'm very happy with this. I probably will not get to work on this today because I'm going to be busy today. So thank you all for coming. Hop on over to Lori's. Have a good time online. I'm sure there'll be other people coming on later today. I do know for sure that Beth Schuler will be on Thursday night at 6 p.m. I got that one down. So have a great day, everybody. Be safe. Take care of yourself. Take care of your family. We are sending out healing prayers to the deputy that got shot in his house. And I'm just going to put my thumbnail like, maybe I'll put that house on the front here. Or I could put the sampler. No, I'm going to put the house. My thumbnail is just going to be this area there. So go out, enjoy today, enjoy your life. You only get today. Becky says, not the past. We don't live in the past. She says, I don't live there anymore. I'm going to remember Becky for that saying. I don't live there anymore. You don't live in the past anymore. So have a great day. I will try to come on early, but I will not be on as long tomorrow. Bye, everybody.